earlier this year, there was a midterm review that was conducted of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and it identified course corrections to address the systemic nature of risk. In other words, it underlines the interconnected nature of risk, and that we cannot deal with hazards or disasters in silos, but in a multi-hazard approach. Dealing with the systemic nature of risk, the midterm review of the Sendai Framework also showed that it's very important to develop multi-hazard early warning systems and increase global access to disaster data. It also highlighted the importance of engaging legislators to enhance both legal frameworks for disaster risk reduction and ensure that there are resources to back them. Moving forward, my office will promote the scaling up of global efforts to enhance national and local capacities and policies to avert and minimize loss and damage. UNDRR is the co-lead, as the moderator mentioned, of the Early Warnings for All global initiative, which calls for everyone on Earth to be protected from hazardous weather and climate-related events by 2027. In this regard, I have to mention that a number of early warning situation centers have been set up at the regional level and sub-regional level, at the African Union level, here in Nairobi at the ICPAC Climate Center, as well as in West Africa at the ECOWAS Center. So the progress is being made in that regard. So UNDR is also promoting the scaling up of what is called the comprehensive risk management approach. Comprehensive risk management assists governments in pursuing integrated approaches, and importantly, by breaking artificial institutional silos between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. This is critical for development planning and should be integrated across both national and local DR strategies and national adaptation plans. So with this in mind, the Sendai Framework does urge parliamentarians to prioritize climate action through the comprehensive risk management approach, not only to create policy, but also to allocate resources to ensure governments are well prepared to reduce risks. This includes the introduction of new or revised DRR legislation, the development of national and local strategies, and I understand that this Kenya Parliament has recently adopted a disaster risk reduction bill, which is a very welcome news, and also to focus on increasing financial resources for disaster risk reduction budgets. So in order to help in a practical way parliamentarians in this process, we have created a practical toolkit that offers 10 specific actions to effectively shape and implement disaster risk reduction policy, legal, financial, and oversight frameworks. The toolkit calls for the integration of disaster risk reduction into development plans and initiatives that address climate change adaptation, by ensuring that it's also mainstreamed through both legislation and budgets. So as we move forward, it's crucial that we collectively strive to implement and advocate for climate and disaster resilient policies and strategies that contribute to sustainable development, disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, and climate mitigation. So I'd like to invite parliamentarians to put nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of climate action, to support policies that combat climate change, safeguard the environment, and create a sustainable and prosperous future for all people, including here, especially here in Africa. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to bring the politicians on board. We have a number of delegations, and in the customary parliamentary tradition, I'll read out the delegations. If I read out your country, you could stand, and then we can acknowledge you. In the Kenyan Parliament, we do not clap, and we do not make other unnatural sounds. We stomp. We stomp on it. So stomp on it when we call out the delegation. We have a delegation from Zambia. Zambia. Thank you, Honorable. We have a delegation from Uganda. Very strong delegation from Uganda. Very, very strong delegation from Uganda. You're welcome. We've got a delegation from Egypt. Egypt, you're welcome. You'll be taking the floor shortly. We've got a delegation from Mali. Mali has registered. I believe they're around. We've got a delegation from Sierra Leone. Yes, and indeed the president of Sierra Leone has been with us since the summit started. We've got a delegation from Guinea. Guinea, you are welcome. You're welcome. And for information, if you need translation services, there are certain, there's an area that is reserved for French speakers with the necessary translation devices. We've got a delegation from Namibia. Namibia, you're welcome. We've got a delegation from Nigeria. Nigeria, you are welcome. We've got a delegation from Gambia. The Gambia, welcome. We've got a delegation from South Sudan. South Sudan, you're welcome. We've got a delegation from Ghana. Ghana, you're welcome. Dr. Mafo will be moderating some of the sessions. We've got a delegation from the East Africa community, the EAC. You're welcome. And Sankok is back in this chamber. And Babu Owino is not here today. You're welcome from the EAC. We've got a delegation from the Africa Union and Pan-African Parliament. Members of the Pan-African Parliament, I saw Esther Passaris, and I think Esther has gone for another meeting. Last but not least, we've, Professor Margaret Kamar of Pan-African Parliament. Last but not least, a delegation from Kenya, both National Assembly and the Senate, please be upstanding. These are the hosts and the ones who have put together this wonderful dialogue. You are all welcome, and I know other members will be joining us in due course. Right Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, allow me to bring the chair of the Senate Departmental Committee that is concerned with matters climate change and environment, the Honorable Senator Methu. The floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm used to Amason Kingi. The Right Honorable Speaker, Moses Masika Wetangula, please allow me to address when standing because it is not customary for parliamentarians from Kenya to speak when they are seated. And I'm very grateful that I got an opportunity to speak for you. You know, I have a lot to learn from you. I tell you that when I become an accomplished legislator, I'll become Moses Wetangula. My name is John Methu. I am a senator from a county called Nyandarua. I am serving in the Senate, privileged to serve as the youngest senator. That is why I say that I have a lot to learn from Senator Speaker Moses Wetangula. I'll read something that myself and the team have put together. I'm deeply honored and privileged to stand before you today at this momentous event of the African Climate Summit Conference Parliamentarians Dialogue. On behalf of the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, I extend to each of you a warm and heartfelt welcome to the Parliament of Kenya. We have gathered here from across the continent and beyond, representing diverse backgrounds, profession, and expertise, all united by a common purpose to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, global climate crisis. As we embark on this crucial journey over the next few days, I wish to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your commitment to creating a sustainable and resilient future for Africa. The African Climate Summit Conference comes at a pivotal juncture in our shared history. The impacts of climate change are not just looming over the horizon. They are affecting us now with devastating consequences for our ecosystems, economies, and the welfare and well-being of our communities. It is urgent to call for action that we cannot afford to ignore. Our gathering here signifies our collective determination to address these challenges head-on. Over the course of this conference, we will engage in thoughtful discussions, share innovative solutions, and forge partnerships that will pave way for a more sustainable and climate-resilient Africa. The issues before us are complex, but we are equipped with the requisite expertise and determination to find solutions. I want to acknowledge the invaluable contributions of all the experts, policy makers, activists, scientists, and advocates who have devoted their time and energy to shaping the agenda of this conference. Your dedication and passion inspires us all. Mr. Speaker, sir, listening to the commitments that were made by the head of state and governments at the summit yesterday, Africa has a moment of exploiting and seizing the opportunity for an African-led solution on climate change. As parliamentarians, therefore, we must stand up for our people. We must stand up for our continent. Resources must follow the intent shown by the heads of state and governments, and this would need the collective effort of all of us seated here today. The chair of the session mentioned that we need to do the laws that will follow the intent that was shown by the in the summit. Policies must align to the declarations that are made in this particular summit, and we are the people to deal with the policies. I would like to challenge you, my fellow parliamentarians, to pursue the route of bringing up to date your respective climate change acts in your countries, so as to assist in dealing with the current challenges that we are facing and dealing with the climate change and its mitigation. The committee that I chair in the Senate, which is fully mandated to consider all legislation and bills touching on climate change, very recently was able to process and bring up to date a bill forwarded by my counterpart in the National Assembly, namely the Climate Change Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2023. And the members of my committee, most of them are in this particular gathering. Honorable Speaker, you appreciate that the members of the Senate the members of that particular committee had less than 5 days to conclude their business, and they put their foot forward. I'm very proud of the members of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources of the Senate that I chair. The bill which I urge you to emulate and made amendments to the existing Climate Change Act to ensure that we regulate carbon markets, align with international commitments, engage a broader range of stakeholders, and support Kenya's emission reduction goals. We are available for support to ensure that we are on the same page as a continent for Africa, and I'm happy that we are engaging with chairs of other parliaments who are here. I've had a conversation with the delegation from South Sudan on what we can be able to do so that we share experiences. In the spirit of inclusivity, let us remember that the effects of climate change know no borders and affect all people, regardless of their background or circumstances. We must prioritize equity and justice in our discussions and actions, ensuring that the most vulnerable amongst us are not left behind by ensuring effective public participation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey together, let us remember the road ahead may be challenging, but it's not insurmountable. Our collective efforts can and will make a difference. Let this conference be a turning point in our fight against climate change, and let us emerge from it with renewed hope and a clear roadmap for a sustainable and prosperous future for Africa. I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator Methu. Kenya is, as a bicameral parliamentary system, the chair of the Standing Committee on Matters, Climate Change and Environment in the National Assembly, in whose chambers we are today, is the Honorable David Gikaria. We call him Gix. He's a prolific footballer. Gikaria, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Sorry. Honorable Speaker, moderator, my colleagues, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gikaria David. I represent a constituency called Nakuru Town East in Nakuru County, and I'm privileged to be chairing the committee that is known as Environment, Climate Change, Forestry and Mining in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, allow me just to recognize a few members of my committee who are here. Please, let's stand, the members of the, thank you very much. We have Fatuma Masito, County Women Rep, Kwale, Gertrude Mbeyu, Women Rep, Kilifi, and of course, Mheshimiwa Joseph Emathe from Turkana Central. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Climate change is no longer a reserve of the academia, and it is now self-evident in rising sea levels and predictable weather patterns, higher temperatures, wildfires, deserts, encroachment, water scarcity, food insecurity, and the list goes on and on. It can't be ignored or wished away. It calls for a corroborated action. The scientists have predicted and the indicators have shown that accelerated warming in the planet is now estimated at 1.5 degrees by 2030. In addition, most nations, that is the nationally determined contributions, are not sufficient to safeguard the 1.5 degrees goal. This makes challenge even worse. And Honorable Speaker, you remember since independence in this country, we have had the worst drought that affected this country in so many different ways, where so many people lost their economic earnings. Cognizant of the imminent impact and the effect of climate change, as parliamentarians, we have come together to ensure that the desired results for keeping the global temperatures at manageable levels are met. Honorable Speaker, if you look at what we have done in this country, the budgets that we recently passed and are now being implemented, is that His Excellency the President did actually allude to the fact that he wants to take matters of climate change seriously, and he actually doubled, almost tripled, the budget allocation to the respective ministries that endeavor to undertake environment and climate change effect. And we actually passed that just to showcase how important the President has taken this aspect seriously. We have come out clearly as legislators and departmental committee, whose role is to midwife legislative disclosure on matters of climate action, to reach out to the relevant ministries, experts, academia, shareholders, and our robust technical team of Secretariat. Honorable Speaker, we have a very good Secretariat that you have given to our committee, full of researchers, experts, legal experts on matters of environment, who do assist the committee to reach out on very informed decisions. This is because of the desire to have evidence-backed decision-making, as the role of science, data, and information in this fight can't be gainsaid. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, and the President has come out very clearly saying that this aspect of the way he will be working is no longer guesswork. It is determined, it is predictable through science, data, and information. As we think globally, I urge all of us to act local and include the excluded from the onset and through the processes. Honorable Speaker, most of the decisions that are done in big hotels, in big conferences, are only implemented at the grassroots. So it's important for us to consider the awareness at the grassroots level. And my committee, through the budgetary provisions that we gave, did add almost 100 million for the ministry to be able to go out there to the public and make aware of the laws that we have and the effect of climate change and their action, so that we can be able to improve on this. At the peak of this climate issue is our President, who is the chair of the Climate Change Council of this country. And Honorable Speaker, you remember we did, the President appointed the council members, and they were approved in Parliament. Unfortunately, because of a lot of litigation, the council has not started working. And this is a very key council that will address and take charge most about these climate change issues. Today, as we speak, the African continent, as legislators, we look on our mandate and roles of legislation, oversight, representation, and the budget-making process. Let us fit our purpose to the roles of the people in the climate action agenda. By so doing, ensure it's very successful. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, we must keep reminding each other that with the courage to begin and the discipline to stay the course, victory becomes a matter of time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gikaria. As you said, we act local and include the excluded. The Malawi delegation is present. I had excluded them. I now want to include the excluded. Malawi, feel welcome. I think it's also noteworthy to recognize the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. They are here. Please be upstanding, UNEP delegation. UNEP delegation. The UNEP is resident in Kenya, and you should be part of our activities here at the National Parliament. Conrad Adenua Stiftang. Conrad Adenua. Anja Beretta is leading a strong delegation, and Anja will be moderating some of the sessions. Allow me, honorable members, to bring Jacqueline Amongin, member of the East Africa Legislative Assembly and the chair of the Africa Parliamentarian Network on Climate Action. Jackie, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Senator Moses Kajwang. I've already been introduced, but allow me to take this opportunity as the chair of the African Parliamentarians Network on Climate Action to introduce some of the executive members who are amidst us. I think I see Honorable Mutinta from Zambia, Honorable Agnes from Namibia, Honorable our Secretary General, Dr. Emmanuel Mafo from Ghana, and Senator Kajwang from Kenya. I would also like to make a recognition of the members of the East African Parliament who are around, just be upstanding for recognition. And definitely representing Uganda. Uganda is already recognized. So allow me go directly into my simple statement. I would like to be humbled to be standing in the legislature of Kenya Parliament. This is a parliament that has made history in Africa, because today we are talking about the role of parliament in championing climate action. And out of all the 54 countries that we have in Africa, it's Kenya that came up with the first act of parliament on climate change in 2016. Therefore, Kenya, Right Honorable Speaker, stands as a pace setter for the rest of the African countries, but also globally. The Africa Climate Summit stands as a testament to our collective resolve as a continent to take proactive measures in the face of ever-accelerating climate emergency. This parliamentarians' dialogue serves as a platform for all stakeholders from across our diverse nations to come together, to share insights and to forge our pathways towards ensuring sustainable and resilient future we all aspire to. Our presence in Nairobi is not just a meeting of minds, it is a meeting of ideas, a catalyst for action, and a forum where innovative solutions can take root. It represents our determination to act decisively, to harness our legislative powers, and to collaborate across borders and all spheres for the betterment of our planet and our people. Throughout the course of our dialogue here, we will delve into critical issues ranging from leveraging our renewable energy potential to climate adaptation, mitigation, strategies to sustainable development, green economies, and protection of our precious ecosystem, including restoration of our degraded land. As you are aware, 132 million% of our African land, cropland, is already degraded. Therefore, as legislators in the continent, we have an uphill task as champions on areas in regards to climate change to explore how we can play a pivotal role in driving climate action at the national, regional, and international level. Aware that this is not just the first meeting that we've had in Nairobi, we've had a series of meetings, and we've come up with statements that at the end of this meeting will be a release for our parliamentarians' engagement in Nairobi. Aware that in the rest of Africa, only 4 countries so far, including Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, have come up with climate-related policies, and those that have been actually taken up as assented to by the different governments as acts of parliament. We cannot continue this championing without putting our legislative role, oversight, at the forefront. I therefore call upon the rest of the countries to follow suit and ensure that even as we are going to a just transition, we are able to address the legislative gaps in our countries in order to allocate, to appropriate, and to legislate for all climate-related issues. As parliamentarians, the Pan-African Parliament has already, a parliament that I served representing Uganda for 10 years, is already working up on a model law, which I think can be replicable in the different countries. But as I stand here as the chair of the committee of my regional parliament of climate change, we are also tabling a bill in the regional parliament to make sure that at the end of the day, an act on East African climate change becomes history. As parliamentarians, we bear a profound responsibility to represent the interests of our constituents and to act as stewards of the environment for future generations. The climate crisis, in all its complexity and urgency, demands that we look beyond our current horizons and confront the long-term consequences of our actions or inactions for future generations. Our children, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, will bear the brunt of the decisions we make today. And I want to quote Frank Fanon. He once said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its historical mission and either betray it or fulfill it. And we have the mandate. It's now our time in this climate challenge to either fulfill our mission as legislators in the continent or betray it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amongin. Our next speaker is the Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Egyptian Parliament, and she is a former president of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Honorable Sahar Al-Bazar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, I stand here before you as young parliamentarian, representing the hopes, dreams, and urgent concerns of our generation. As we gather here for the parliamentarian dialogue during the Africa Climate Summit, we do so with a sense of responsibility, not only for our nations, but for also the very planet that sustains us. Our generation is aware of the pressing challenges posed by the climate change. We have grown witnessing its devastating impacts on our communities, economies, and ecosystems. From extreme weather events to food insecurity, from rising sea levels to displacements of citizens. The climate crisis is not a distant threat, but it's a stark reality that affects us all. Yet, we refuse to be passive victims to this crisis. We demand actions, and I am here to articulate our needs and expectations from international community for a just climate financing, as nations with heavy debts will face slow green transition. Therefore, I would like to draw your attention and officially launch the Ubuntu Initiative for Climate Financing. This initiative has been started by 4 young parliamentarians from lower middle income countries, Ghana, Senegal, Egypt, and Indonesia. We chose the name Ubuntu, which is a South African phrase, which means I am because you are, which signifies the importance of working together as humans in facing climate change risks. The initiative has been supported by more than 45 countries from the Global South and Ukraine as a lower middle income country. We are addressing the IMF and the World Bank with 3 key requests. The first one is more debt swaps for climate with special focus on adaptation. The second one is immediate suspension of IMF surcharges, which is an additional charges on top of basic interest rates, creating unfair burden on countries. The third thing is creating a common framework for lower middle income countries, similar to the G20 framework for lower income countries. In conclusion, dear delegates, our message is clear. We refuse to inherit a world scarred by inaction of climate change. We demand commitment, just financing, inclusivity, and collaboration. I invite you all to join, support, and endorse the Ubuntu initiative. Together, we can amplify our collective voices to drive great change. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Kenyan Parliament for hosting the parliamentary dialogue and fostering a global spirit of cooperation to tackle this joint and shared challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we also extend our appreciation for being gracious hosts of the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, which was the African COP. Just before I invite the speaker to make the keynote remarks, Secretariat, is it possible for us to listen to Nakeat Dramani Sam, who is the CVF Youth Ambassador, who will talk to us on the impact and importance of the CVF, or the Climate Vulnerable Forum for Future Generations. Is the video ready? If it's ready, we will take it for 2 minutes, and thereafter we will be inviting the Right Honourable Speaker to make his address. If the video is not ready, then we can play it just before the next plenary session. And therefore, honorable ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly with a lot of humility, knowing that the last time I was in this chamber I was thrown out, and so today, Mr. Speaker, I come in peace. And the floor is yours, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Moses Kajwang, my distinguished Senate brother. Honorable members of various parliaments, starting with our own National Assembly and Senate, and all other parliaments that have been acknowledged in introduction by the Honorable Kajwang. Allow me to welcome you to the House of Parliament, to the Republic of Kenya, for this very important climate change summit, the first in Africa, to convene in Africa to talk about Africa for the Africans. As students of history, you know, in 1896, a group of Europeans congregated in Berlin, Germany, and called themselves the Berlin Conference, sometimes called the Congo Conference. These Europeans decided to share Africa. They called it the scramble for and partition of Africa. They shared Africa into many, many, many small countries and ended up giving the Congo as a gift, a personal possession of the King of Belgium. And there started the destruction of our continent. They embarked on violently uprooting communities in Africa, violently drawing boundaries, cutting off communities from one country to another. I saw my Ugandan friends here from where I come from. I'm a frontier citizen, and the majority of my relatives are in Uganda. Then they built railways running from inland to the coast everywhere. There's no railway in Africa that was built running from one landlocked country to another. It was all from inland to the coast, inland to the coast. They embarked on looting our wealth. The entire Western world was built on African sweat, on African wealth, starting with slave trade, slavery, colonialism, imperialism, and currently unequal terms of trade, where we give them our raw materials and take back finished products at sometimes 10, 20 times their original cost. I'm giving you this background to understand why Africa is where we are. We pollute least, we suffer most. And those who pollute sometimes have treated Africa with extreme dishonor. Those of you who are in Paris, and I was, after the Paris summit and the Paris agreement, the greatest polluter on earth, America, their president called the Paris Agreement a mischievous fraud. If you remember, President Trump, who embarked on reversing literally everything that Obama had done, called the Paris Agreement a mischievous fraud and threw it through the window. So as African legislators, representatives of the people of this great continent, even as we congregate to talk, sometimes you find, when you withdraw to think deeper, that we are alone and on our own. We get tokens not commensurate with what has been taken from us, not commensurate with what we deserve, not commensurate with equity, not commensurate with human dignity. So as you sit here as representatives of the people of this continent, having sat yesterday listening to our presidents from across the continent, speaking candidly, emotionally, and openly about our plight as Africa, I want to encourage us that we strive to move ourselves from a continent of despair to a continent of hope. Because the future is with us. The future is right here in Africa. There are three lungs of the world in terms of climate: the Congo, the Amazon, and the Borneo in Indonesia. But the Congo is the biggest, the richest ecosystem, and if we protect it, its catalytic effect on many other parts of Africa will be felt. Africa is a continent that has been for many years been an object of pity by those who put us where we are, and an object of hopelessness. But nobody will spring us from that despair and hopelessness except ourselves. You are told yesterday that all the commitments from the developed world about adaptation funds, mitigation funds, and all these climate change issues have never been met to the full, sometimes not even 50%. So we must be innovative as Africans. We must think differently as Africans. If you go to your villages, there are stories that you'll be told by villagers who have never gone to anybody's school, but when you listen to them, the conclusion is there is climate change. You'll be told there used to be a big river here, and all you see is a dry gully. You'll be told there was a forest over there, and when you look there, there's no forest.
Honorables and esteemed guests, my name is Dramani Sam. I'm 11.
We can listen to him.
Maybe it can come later.
Honorables and esteemed
Please,
guests,
Secretariat,
my
let
name
it come
is
later.
Dramani Sam.
Yeah, let it come later. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. So you'll be told there was a forest there, and when you look, you see no forest. You'll be told we used to do things this way. For those of you who have lived as long as I have, in the 90s, in the 80s, in this country, in the western part of Kenya, for those of you who come from the west, because our ecosystems are a bit different. By the last week of February, you planted your maize, whether there was rain or not, because you knew by the first week of March, there is rain. And the rains will find your seeds in the soil, they'll germinate, they'll grow, you'll harvest. Today, the rains don't arrive sometimes up to end of March, sometimes into April, sometimes not at all. Like we just went through the cycle of our worst droughts in 40 years as a country. And these changes, we are told, sometimes are because of human activities. We have also been told by those who believe differently that it's because it's the wrath of God, and many other things. But we know the altruism is that the climate has changed and changed for the worse. And the genesis of this is human activities. We live as if there's no tomorrow. We pollute with total abundance. If you drive on the streets of Nairobi sometimes, as you drive, you see objects just flying out of people's cars. Packets of biscuits, paper bags of junk food, we just eat and throw them. And in the process, we are destroying our continent. But you are all as legislators. You hold the pulse of your countries. The power of the pulse lies in Parliament. Whatever it is that we want to do, you must stamp on the appropriations of our resources. So I want to encourage you as parliamentarians to ensure that in your respective jurisdictions, you are appropriating enough resources for adaptation and mitigation programs on climate change. And it's been shown in parts of our country here, where rivers had run dry, you plant appropriate trees, within 2-3 years you have permanent streams running. So it can be done. Let's have our priorities right. Yesterday you heard our president telling the congregation that we have had to distort our budget because the number of children we must feed in school has grown from 1.5 million to 4 million. When you divert that money, something else suffers. You are told yesterday in the summit there by none other than Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, that the world is so inequitable that we have multilateral financial institutions running the world, lording over the world, with colonial archaic structures, where, as our president said, an African country borrowing from the World Bank, IMF, or all those institutions, you pay 10, 20 times higher than a poor European country. We want equity. And we want those who put Africa where we are to pay for it. Because human history must respect reparations for wrongdoing. Those who stole our gold, those who stole our timber, those who stole our everything must be brought to the table to talk about reparations. Because we are not suffering because of our wrongdoing. We are suffering because we are collateral damage to the misconduct of others. And that is what, as legislators, you must not shy away from talking. Fidel Castro once told the Americans, we have your debts, yes, we owe you money, but we can't pay, won't pay, until there is justice, fairness, and equity. We probably will not be that extreme because we are governed by international instruments of borrowing and lending and all this. Then you have the Paris Club that will call you, humiliate you and call you are a failing state. Then you have all manner of descriptions, highly indebted poor countries, emerging countries. Today you are emerging, tomorrow you are highly indebted and poor. You know, they sit in Washington and decide what tag to put on you as an African country. And the tag they put on you determines whether you access credit or not. So Africans must come together. Africans must speak one language, one voice to protect our continent from the ravages of climate change, but above all, from those who cause this climate change from other places that will suffer most. We had a sad story in this country, honorable members, in the last drought and food shortage, of a woman in Mombasa who had absolutely no food. And her children were there staring at her as a mother. And the children must eat something. So she put a pan on fire, put water, and put stones and started boiling those stones with the hope that these children will sit hoping that the mother is cooking something for them to eat until they get tired and sleep for her to wake up the next day. That is our mother Africa. And I want to assure you, members of parliament, there are no angels out there that are coming to solve the problems of Africa. It is ourselves. And we must learn from each other. Kenya has passed a very progressive climate change bill that has been ascended to. The President of the European Union made reference to it yesterday. I want to encourage those of you, honorable members from other jurisdictions, we'll give you free copies to go with and see whether there are any things you can pick from there as a good precedent. If you improve on it, we'll also borrow back from you to improve ours even better, so that Africa can be in charge of its destiny. We used to be an agenda on tables of discussion. Eventually we crept to the tables of discussion. Now we are setting the agenda on the tables of discussion. And we must never look back. So, Senator Kajwang, as you discuss to come up with a parliamentary declaration from Nairobi, I want to encourage us that as members of parliament, you hold very unique positions in our countries. Forget about our petty party differences. At the end of the day, when there's a flood hitting Malawi, it doesn't hit the opposition, it doesn't hit the government, it hits the people of Malawi. At the end of the day, when there is a ravaging drought, it hits all of us. On matters of climate change, I want to urge us to be fiercely and viciously patriotic to our countries, to our mother continent, so that if Kenya can help Somalia, we will. If Uganda can help Kenya, it should. If Malawi can help Zimbabwe, let it be, so that we be each brother's keeper. I want to finish by assuring you once more that Africa is not poor. Africa is a very rich continent with very poor people. If we take charge of our continent, our resources, statistics will show you that Africa has a share of only 5 to 6% of international trade. But the commodities for trade are from where? From Africa. Africa, like you are told, pollutes least, we suffer the most. The ball is in our court as legislators. Let's rise to the occasion. Let's join our heads of state and work together for our continent. For our friends from Europe, these are the hard facts that are available in history. They're not mine. Let's work together and alter the wrongs of history. You know, for Kenya and Tanzania, you know, when they were doing that madness in Berlin in 1918, Mount Kilimanjaro used to be in Kenya. And then Queen Victoria gave it to Prince Ferdinand as a birthday gift. See how they have played with our resources? But in Africa, we agreed our boundaries at independence are our boundaries. We shall never raise those issues that are part of our history. God bless you, honorable members. Discuss our continent, and let's build our continent, because nobody else will build it except ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there was need for a standing ovation, this was it. The Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for setting the tone. And the Speaker has made it clear that we are not here to sugarcoat or to pussyfoot. We are here to be bold and even revolutionary. Because if we fail to, then this climate crisis will be noisy and messy. And there'll be casualties. I think that brings us now to a good stage to allow members of parliament to have a conversation. At this point in time...
Chair, you can allow me to retreat to my chamber and do some work?
Mr. Speaker, will allow you, but we will call you later on when the Honorable Charity Chepkwony Kathambi will be reading the resolutions.
Yes.
And I know we are discussed, and thank you for accepting.
And I'm hosting you for lunch, all of you, at the Parliamentary Cafeteria.
As well as a cocktail for those with the appetite, later after the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, if the video from our youth ambassador from CVF is ready, we could take it at this point so that we can listen to Ms. Nakayet Dramani Sam. Secretariat, please assure me that it's coming up, otherwise we proceed to the next agenda. It's coming up? Okay, just we can be patient for a second. If it's a recorded video, we can then take it at a later time. Okay, just to make more efficient use of time, we will now go to our first plenary. We will now go to our first plenary before we take our break. Okay, I'm told the video will come after. We will do our first plenary of the day so that we can have more voices and more faces in this conversation. Our next session will be on renewable energy, and it will be moderated by Dr. Joachim, Senior Policy Advisor in Broadford de Welt. I'm just reading it in Anglo-Saxon fashion. And I think Dr. Joachim will explain to us what the organization does. Is Dr. Joachim here with us?
Yes.
Dr. Joachim, so I want to request you to come and sit here where I'm sitting to moderate the next session where the panelists, so the panelists will join Dr. Joachim are Gubas Gonul, Director, Country Engagement and Partnership at IRENA, is already taken his position. The next panelist is Babel Horn, is already in position. Honorable Samuel Onugbo, former MP Nigeria. The Honorable, if you don't mind, you can cross over to the government side. That's the government side under normal circumstances. The Honorable Lawrence Songa. Lawrence Songa. The Honorable Jacqueline Amongin is already in position. Honorable Saha Albazar is already in position. The Honorable Senator Wahome Wamatinga, Chair of the Energy Committee in the Kenyan Senate. So I hand over to Dr. Joachim to moderate the next session.
Thank you, Honorable Kajwang, for graciously opening this session and inviting me to moderate the next session. I'm really honored to be here and to be the moderator. Cannot really believe I'm even sitting here now in this very special place in the house. I was asked to explain what we do where I come from. I am based in Berlin, Germany, and work for a German development organization, Brot für die Welt. We are a faith-based organization and the largest development organization in Germany and even in Europe. We work with partner organizations from civil society and churches in over 80 countries globally. And me, personally, I'm heading the energy work of Brot für die Welt and work on energy issues with civil society for a very long time. So I'm very pleased to be here and to be part of this conversation because, as my colleague Mitika from PACJA already said, I think when civil society and parliamentarians work together, really special, innovative, and new pieces of legislation and partnerships can come into being. And it's really a great pleasure also to be part of this African Climate Summit, and I really see a lot of dynamics coming regarding renewable energy, and it's a great pleasure to see how Africa is standing up to drive a new agenda. Without further ado, I would like to take the opportunity to welcome our distinguished panelists who will all share insights now on the importance of renewable energy, but also the challenges of it and potentials for scaling up renewable energy deployment in Africa on the local and regional level especially. And we are particularly keen now in this session to understand what challenges and opportunities they see also from a global perspective for the tripling target, which is being discussed now, would mean for their respective countries and what kind of partnerships, collaborations, and shared learning could be useful in implementing this. So our first speaker who will give opening remarks to this session and an international view and an update to the status of global renewables is Gurbus Gonul, the Director of Country Engagement and Partnership of IRENA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished member of the Parliament, guests. It's really a great pleasure for me to addressing you today and to give you IRENA's perspective of energy transition, but also some insights into African energy transition and some of the initiatives and platforms that we have created to work together to help the countries in Africa to achieve their ambitions for energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, an energy system centered on renewable energy can help resolve many of the Africa's social, economic, health, and environmental challenges. A profound energy transition is not only feasible, but also essential for climate-safe future, in which sustainable development prerogatives are met through renewables-based energy transition. And renewables are key to overcoming energy poverty, providing needed energy services without damaging human health or ecosystems, and enabling and transformation of economies in support of development and industrialization. Today, renewables are mainstream and growing year on year. And despite global uncertainties that we have been going through globally, renewables continue to be the cheapest source of power that we can get. Last year, renewable power additions grew by an incredible 81% of the overall net power capacity expansions globally. We estimate renewables created $55 billion in savings from global generation costs in 2022, last year. 700,000 jobs were added, bringing the global total to almost 13.6 million. But when we look at Africa, the rollout of energy, renewable energy in the continent has not been at the desired pace to meet the needs of African countries. IRENA estimates that Africa needs around $70 billion annual investment up to 2030 for clean energy transformation and to keep up with the economic growth. Although Africa has 17% of the world population, it has only received 2% of the worldwide investment in renewable energy in the last 2 decades. And there are several reasons for that: the perceived or real risks for investment, regulatory environment, the capacity, skills available to support energy transition, or access to affordable financing to have this transition happen. And IRENA is working with several initiatives to support that energy transition. We had President RUTO 2 days ago launched a new initiative called Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa. And energy transition has never been only for deploying renewables. It has also a much larger ripple effect for creating jobs, for stimulating economic growth, for creating resilient communities, and also to fueling green industrialization. Many of the speakers highlighted the importance of creating that value addition in the countries with the energy transition, and this initiative is very much focusing on those dimensions. And we are starting with the first cohort of 6 countries with high ambition for renewables, including Kenya, with this initiative supported by Denmark, Germany, and United Arab Emirates, and several partners we work with. Also, another initiative we are starting at COP28. This is more about lives and livelihoods and how we can put people and communities in the center of energy transition, and how we can integrate those renewable energy solutions into health and agri-food value chains, creating value, stimulating economic activity, and help alleviating poverty. We have been closely working with the parliamentarians under the IRENA context. We have created platforms like Legislators Forum, Legislators Dialogue, having meetings, gatherings to hear from you, from the insights, and how we can promote renewables, because we consider parliaments and parliamentarians in the center of energy transition. They have a key role, and how we can create those structures to have a dialogue among parliamentarians, to share good practices, but also hear from you on the best way of taking forward energy transition discussions at the parliamentary context. And we are very much looking forward to deepening this dialogue.
Okay. Just to explain the system here, I'm sorry you were cut off now. We just implemented a timekeeping instrument here, which is this flashlight that I was just explaining how it works. It is green for the first 3 minutes that you are talking, right? And then after 3 minutes, it turns yellow, and like 20 seconds before the 5 minutes that you have are up, it will turn red. Just for you to see, but I didn't explain that beforehand, so we'll give you a bit of time to finish your presentation. Sorry for cutting you off.
No problem. I was almost at the end of my intervention. I was just saying that we're very much looking forward to deepening cooperation with the parliaments and parliamentarians, because they are extremely important player in our discussions, and how we can promote and advance energy transition discussions in the parliament, and creating the right enabling frameworks and right initiatives is extremely important, and we value that cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonu, for your input. We heard very well how important the role of renewable energy is for development, even and for poverty eradication, energy access, and that renewable energies are becoming mainstream globally, but yet for Africa, more pace in the deployment of renewables needs to be developed, and people need to be put in the center of the transition. And I know that Honorable Bärbel Höhn puts that very often in the focus of her speeches, to put people in the center of the transition. So that leads me to her, and I welcome her to give her input now. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Joachim. Before I start with maybe my experience from Africa, I would like to tell you some data from Germany and the conclusion of that. So 2 years ago, we had a new federal government in Germany, and this government was very engaged with renewables. So they eliminated blockades and obstacles and bureaucracy, and we can now see the result, because renewables are expanding. For example, in 2022, nearly 10 gigawatt were installed with the renewables in the last year in Germany. 10 gigawatt in 2022, and that's really a huge number. New installed renewable energies, most of them photovoltaic. And the first 8 months of this year, to the end of August, 9.5 gigawatt were installed, photovoltaic, wind turbines, renewables. That means in this year we will have more than 10 gigawatt installed in Germany in 1 year of the renewables. And that means that we had in the first 8 months of this year, 59% of our electricity mix is coming from renewables. And that's a big number, because we produced about 300 terawatt hours in Germany in this 8 months. And that's a tremendous number. So what I would like to say, we are doing not enough. We must be more ambitious in Germany, but we are on track. And what I would like to say is that in some sectors we are doing nothing, and especially in the transport sector. I think it's very important if the minister of this sector is really ambitious, is really interested and engaged, or if not, or if he is very close to the fossil industry and fossil vehicles. And we can see that in the transport sector. So that means, as conclusion, most important is the political will. The political will is most important, not only in Germany, but in countries I visited. And when I worked here in Africa as special representative for energy in Africa, I visited 15 countries, and I think there are 3 very important points, and I would like to debate with you. What do you think about that? Are the really very important points? To my view, they are very important points. The first one is training. We need to train the people. We have the same problem in Germany. We have the same problem in every country. But we need vocational training, not only academic, but vocational training, praxis training, experts that can install photovoltaic, experts that are really going to the ground, going to the households and are installing photovoltaic or wind turbines. We have in Germany something like the dual system, practical training in companies and added theoretical training in schools. And that was a good idea in Germany, but as I said, we need young people who are interested and work in the sector, and that means for the society that we must recognize that these professions are very important for the state, for the inhabitants. It's not only the academic professions, but also the very practical ones. Second, to me it's very important, when we are talking about renewables and decentralized renewables, we have to go to the ground. And the ground, there are the people, there are small and medium-sized companies, there are municipalities, there are cooperatives, and we have to work work with them together, because one of the main points is good maintenance. When we are installing decentralized systems, it's not only the installation, but also the good maintenance and the sustainable operating system. And that's why we need the local entrepreneurs. That's why we need the local level, and that's why we need a bit knowledge, because we need also good quality of the hardware.
I'm sorry, the time is up, but of course I'm happy to give you another minute to finish your talk.
Maybe. Oh, okay, I was the first one. I have to learn about that. So only the last sentence, we have to look for financial systems that included all these ideas, especially of maintenance, because otherwise we will fail. And we can talk about these financial systems in the debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bärbel Höhn. And since I also come from Germany, I can copy every point you made. I experienced as well in the photovoltaics industry how important it is now to train people to go to the ground and have different financial systems working. Thank you very much. Now we come further to honorable members of parliament from the African continent, and it's my pleasure and honor to invite Honorable Biyika Lawrence Songa. He's a member of parliament from Uganda and chair of the Climate Change Committee. The floor is yours, if you like.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Biyika Lawrence Songa, the chair of the Climate Change Committee in Uganda, and I'm happy that we have a big delegation here led by my deputy, Honorable Jacinta Atuto. They may stand. A big delegation from Uganda. Thank you. The 3 areas of my conversation. One is the focus of renewable energy and insight from my experience in Uganda, the opportunities and barriers or challenges to renewable energy in Uganda, and what and how regional and international support required addressing renewable energy in Uganda, and also the meaning of renewable energy to me in Uganda. I want to start by saying that the increasing awareness of the dangers caused by climate change has made renewable energy a focus, and has also caused many countries, including Uganda, to start talking about transition to renewable energy, low carbon economy, and also replacing fossil fuel with renewable energy. Agenda 2030, declared on 25th September 2015, the SDG with 17 goals gave a boost to renewable energy, if only issues to do with governance policies on renewable energy are implemented. Especially SDG 7 depend on quantity and quality of energy, and they are very key to the development of a country, but also quality of life, whether you talk about education, health, water, sanitation, security, industrialization, and productivity. Uganda has a substantial amount of renewable energy and evenly distributed in the country. And this includes wind with a speed of 2 to 6 minutes per second, hydropower capacity of 4,100 megawatts, but only installed about 1,000 megawatts. We also have solar, the average of which is about 5.1 kilowatt hours per meter square, and also geothermal, about 450 megawatts, but not well developed. Biogas, annual yields of about 50 million tons, and also peat, although some people don't treat peat as a renewable, but others consider so, about 800 megawatts, and this is equivalent to about 250 tons of oil equivalent. And we have also the biomass, which is majorly used about 90%, and with firewood of about 78.6%, charcoal 5.6%, crop residues of 4.7%, and cogeneration, renewable through cogeneration of about 1,650 megawatts. Now, this is already a rich area for renewable energy in Uganda. But all this potential, if well developed, can generate about 7,200 megawatts of electricity. And if developed with policies and making access low, the cost to be low, but Uganda has the smallest per capita energy consumption in sub-Saharan Africa. Much as we are talking about the global consumption of 168,515 terawatts, but all Africa has 3%. That's according to the International Energy Agency 2010. Therefore, there are opportunities we can explore in Uganda to address renewable. First, Uganda adopted the roadmap with goals and work plans to scale up renewable energy. Also, Uganda believes in increased investment in renewable energy that would improve national grid supply, boost energy security, and advance sustainable development. Therefore, with all this support of the government, I call upon the international community to increase climate financing. We are also talking about giving us good price for carbon so that with our rich biodiversity, we shall be able to address the issue of renewable. But we are also talking about debt swap because we...
Yes, please finish.
Most of the damage caused by climate change was caused by outsiders. So we are saying, can we course, a debt swap, because that will make us to have a level ground. The high rate of deforestation is because we don't have alternatives. Therefore, these are issues that we need to address. The high interest loans, we need trade instead of loans. The dim energy, we need energy, we invest in energy, and it must reach the people, and it must be strong, reliable, and for industrial use. And also we need to invest in research and development, reliable energy infrastructure, and address replacement for renewable energy. For example, subsidies for kerosene can be used for renewable energy. These are our position, and we think if we can work together, we shall be able to scale up renewable energy in Uganda. After all, we are rich in biodiversity, and we have high potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biyika Songa. I think your call was very much heard with the need for international climate financing, new finance instruments, debt swaps, and supports to be able to invest further in renewable energy to use the untapped potential in Uganda. Now I would like to hand over to Honorable Samuel Onwikbo, former Member of Parliament from Nigeria and from the Climate Change Committee from Nigeria. Honorable Onwikbo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. I would like to just say a few points based on the guidance I was given. First is to say that what we are doing in Nigeria is going to be part of the whole approach that Africa intends to adopt in tackling the challenges coming from both climate change and the issue of renewable energy. For instance, in Nigeria, with a population of about 223 million people, we know that less than 40% of that has access to electricity as a whole. And we also know that we have abundant raw materials. We have sun, we have water, and we also have wind. But we've not been able to get to that point. Let me also point out that over the years, for nearly a little over 50 years now, issue of electricity remained in the exclusive list of the Constitution. But I'm happy to announce that the 9th National Assembly, which I served in alongside one of my colleagues there, Honorable Bulus, we were able to amend the Constitution to remove electricity from where it was handled only by the federal government. We have not been able to push it down to the concurrent list, even to the point where local governments can get involved in it. So it's a major amendment. Following that, the 9th Assembly was also able to pass a revolutionary Electricity Act 2023, which was assented to by our president, who recognized in his inaugural speech that electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double, and transmission and distribution networks improved. We will encourage states to develop local sources as well, unquote. So in line with that, in a few weeks after that, the law passed by the National Assembly, 9th National Assembly, was assented to by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, just a few weeks, about 2 weeks after he assumed office. So we on a path to truly revolutionize the entire process. And I know that in one of the laws, it was made explicit in one of the sections that any law passed by the state, that is to tell you that it's been further strengthened, will not be either countered by the federal, because the states have not been given authority to be able to make laws on electricity and all that, including renewable energy. So when you look at this together, you would then find that we have taken the proper step towards meeting our electricity needs, taking into consideration the contributions from renewable energy. And that is very, very, very important. Let me also add that in the whole nation, the local governments we have is 774, and we have 36 states. So this law, in line with the Climate Change Act, which by the grace of God I sponsored, which we passed in 2021, and it was assented to. They are in line because in our Climate Change Act, we also provided for these subnationals to participate in national decision-making by the council that is chaired by Mr. President. So we have now seen that this law, Electricity Act, is also in tune, it's in line with the Climate Change Act. So we are now going to be able to take advantage of our population, available materials or raw materials, and also the fact that we have a huge market. I've seen the lights, taking a different position, so I should be moving faster than before. But let me say that Nigeria has over 60% youthful population and lack of electricity access to over 40% of its estimated population of 223 million, with abundant raw materials of adequate sun.
Again, of course, you have a minute to finish.
Thank you. Of adequate sun, wind, water, etc. is ready market for investors in renewable energy. Let me conclude by advising investors, and of course this includes Nigerians. And let me digress a bit and point out the fact that in our telecommunications privatization, it is driven by an African approach, because when we called on international telecommunications firms to participate in it, they were reluctant. But it was the local, let me call it African company, the MTN, that joined forces with us and now use that position to leapfrog. So I see that this is also going to happen with our renewable energy experience. I therefore use this opportunity to invite not only the international community, but our fellow African brothers to work on this and achieve it. Let me also thank this wonderful, great parliament for affording us this opportunity to share these ideas. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Honorable Samuel Onukbu, for your insights on recent legislation in Nigeria. I would now like to hand over to Honorable Jacqueline Mongin, Member of Parliament from Uganda and Chair of APNC. So, Honorable Jacqueline, the floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you so much, our moderator and honorable members present here. Already my chair of the Committee of Climate Change of Uganda, Honorable Lawrence Nsonga, has effectively talked about Uganda, and mine would be to just add a voice on what Honorable Lawrence has talked about. I would like to also emphasize on the fact that Uganda is rich in renewable energy resources, including hydrogen power, biomass, solar energy, geothermal peat, and wind. And therefore, many renewable energy resources that can be used for energy production. Although I would state here that Uganda has not yet tapped its potential in regards to this direction. Uganda has also put in place policies that could be related to championing renewable energy in the country, including Uganda adopted in 2002 different policies that could be related, including the climate change policy of 2015 and all the other policies that have been addressed by the different, have been addressed differently in Uganda, including Uganda being part of the Energy for All and all the other instruments that have made Uganda to redirect its engagement in regards to promoting renewable energy. Of course, there are so many opportunities in Uganda. As you are aware, 26 million people are not yet served by power. And that gives Uganda a potential in terms of now promoting, instead of just powering Uganda, but powering going renewable as a country. It is among it's among the access deficit countries in Africa, and I think this gives Uganda a very good strategic ground in terms of promoting renewable energy. The Uganda Investment Authority in 2018, among the businesses published for attracting investors in the country, included viable projects within Uganda, including geothermal exploration, among others, and that definitely relates to renewable energy. I would like to borrow the example of Germany, and those are the countries that have done well in renewable energy, and I think Uganda is one of those countries that has the greatest actually potential. Like in my earlier speech when we were opening, I talked about the wind energy potential is very viable in Uganda. However, we still have challenges. The challenges that we have as a country, and that may not only be for Uganda, it could also be to other countries, is we are delving into using renewable energies like solar, among others, that have poor quality. So we need to build our own potential within Africa, within the country, to be able to assemble our own energy plants within the country so that we do not really rely on poor quality that is brought from the different parts of the world. It is also a potential for local entrepreneurship. So with those, a lot of things have already been talked to by Honorable Nsonga, but vocational training in this direction is very key, and emphasizing that entrepreneurs take this as a business would be a way forward in terms of championing renewable energy access for all Ugandans, but to me, I believe for all Africans that are not yet served with the renewable energy potential. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The light was not even red. Thank you for this and giving some more insights on legislation in Uganda. And I found it inspiring to see also see it as an opportunity for Uganda to promote renewables to combat energy access and the need to build an own renewable energy industry on the continent. Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand over to Honorable Zaha Al-Bassar, Member of Parliament from Egypt and Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you. For Egypt, Egypt gives a high priority for renewable energy opportunities due to the availability of the natural resources. For instance, Binban Solar Park in Aswan, it highlights the immense potential of solar power generating. Binban is one of the largest solar installations globally, consists of 41 solar power plants, with a total capacity of 1.65 gigawatts, providing electricity to more than 1.5 million households. Also, there is the Za'farana wind farm, which is along the Red Sea coast, illustrates our commitment commitment to wind energy with over 600 megawatt of installed capacity. This project signifies the contribution and the importance of reducing the reliance on fossil fuel in Egypt. We also see the investment in projects for renewable energy as an opportunity for job creation. The construction and the ongoing maintenance of renewable energies, like, for example, the West Bakr wind farm, it employed hundreds of local workers, demonstrating the economic benefits of renewables. Moreover, in Egypt, we are actively attracting green finance. Egypt successfully secured financing for the Komombo solar plant, which provides around 200 megawatt facility located near Aswan. These kind of partnerships and this kind of work to attract green financing is also backed by government efforts and parliamentary efforts. From the government side, we had the feed-in tariff program to provide attractive incentives to renewable energy developers and private sector investments. And for parliaments, our parliament had a priority to have a policy framework for the renewable energies, and we have Egypt's renewable energy law, and with the establishment of the Egyptian Electricity Utility and Consumer Protection Regulatory Agency, we both played a vital role in providing a stable regulatory environment. And for the question of partnership regionally and internationally and how it helps us as parliamentarians, I can say that we find it very supportive in capacity building. We understand more and we learn more from our regional and international partners the regulations of electricity markets, promoting clean energy and improving the energy efficiency. Also, attending and participating in regional and international forums like, for example, IRENA, IPU, the Mediterranean Energy Regulators Forums, where we meet parliamentarians like you, honorables here. We share experiences, we share best practices. Such forums helps us learn more from each other and actually form a regional partnership and regulatory frameworks. In closing, Egypt is dedicated to go ahead with its renewable energy journey, and we welcome collaboration with international partners and harness the full potential of renewables, creating jobs, strengthen our infrastructure, and contribution to greener and sustainable future for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zahra Al-Bazar, for those insights on legislation also in Egypt regarding feed-in tariffs and an Egyptian renewable energy law, and for highlighting the need for international fora to exchange on capacity building, how to regulate markets, how to advance energy efficiency, and so on. Thank you very much. I would now like to announce our the final speaker of this panel now, Honorable Senator Wahome Wamatinga, Member of Parliament in Kenya. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Thank you very much, Session Chair. Let me take this opportunity, first of all, to congratulate us all for, first of all, taking time to sit down here and have a candid discussion of what needs to be done. Kenya enjoys 86% of renewable energy from the matrix of hydro, geothermal, solar, and biomass. However, we have a penetration rate of about 77%. This could be very deceptive because we still have not generated enough to feed our industrial development as envisaged in the Vision 2030. However, from the amount of energy that's generated, we have only about 24% being not renewable, but these cost about 70% of the amount spent on energy. I would want to maybe digress a bit and look at the PPAs, which are the major providers of energy, and look at the financing models. And I want to borrow heavily from what the speaker said. We know that most of these PPAs are financed by money borrowed from the World Bank, from other institutions, international institutions. These are pension funds from developed countries. I would want to challenge ourselves as African legislatures. It is time that we remodel our pension funds. It is time that we look at our financing models so that we do not use our investments to grow foreign pensions, but we should do that to grow African pensions. I want to take an example of this country. It takes a whole 13 years for you to get a license to produce power. This is very unattractive for any pension fund that would want to invest in that sector. And therefore, my challenge to all the legislatures in this House, let us look at the laws governing some of these models so that we can use that opportunity to ensure that it is the African pensioners who benefit as opposed to the current currently constituted PPAs where most of the monies are borrowed from pensions in the Western countries. My fellow legislators, we did indeed in Kenya pass a climate change amendment bill in a record 3 days in the Senate. I would want to believe we can do more for us Africans. I would also want to see us discussing more about technology exchange within African institutions, building the capacity so that we stop the over-reliance of this mentality that the Western must do it. Yes, true, the polluters must pay. But as we do that, we must also look at the practices that we can introduce in our countries so that how do you call it? So that the way we manage our power, the usage of power, it is done in an environmental sustainable manner. It is the responsibility of we as parliamentarians to educate, to conduct civic education, because there is a lot that we can do. We've learned in the last couple of decades, climate change has mostly affected African countries. It is the high time that now we look at laws that will govern us as a continent without having to over-rely on the Western dominance in moving this continent ahead. My fellow legislators, my challenge to us all, it is time that we came up with discussion about the cooperation within African nations, how we can do to develop regional power blocks within Africa, which we must not trade using dollars, which we can exchange, we can do better trade, so that the over-reliance on dollar does not kill our economy. This is a factor that we must look at. We must put legal measures in place. We must implement frameworks that will help us to harvest and to advance our own resources, using our own knowledge, developing our own knowledge base, and most importantly, knowing that we know where the problem is, and we are the ones who must come up with solutions. As parliamentarians, I would want to challenge ourselves. Let us start looking at this as the new down, where Africa must stand up for herself and say, indeed, the solution of the problems we have in climate change, we must be pioneers. As much as I would want to say, it is important that also the polluters must be brought on the floor so that we can offset the pollution that they cause with the carbon credits. And this must be put in a framework that will benefit the Africans and the people of Africa. But the champions must be the legislatures in the African continent, because the change must begin with us, and we must be the champions of that change. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wahome Wamatinga, for this very strong call for further exchange, cooperation among African nations, and a truly African-led agenda. We are a bit behind time due to the session before, but our Honorable Chair gave us until 11:50 for a bit more of discussion now. So I would like to open the floor for, let's say, 3 questions, and I would like to limit those questions to 2 minutes so that we can hear really 3 more people and give the panel a chance to react briefly to that. So I would like now the audience to raise your hand if you have questions, and please excuse if I can only take 3 questions. The first one I saw was here with the white, no, here in the second row. Yes, you can please stand up and introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, Honorable Senator and Member of Parliament. My name is Cyril Siewe. I'm the head of UNEP for Kenya. I am very flattered to be part of these conversations, and he has been extremely educating to listen to the Member of Parliament. Yes, you're fully right, Honorable, to say that capacity building is very important, that we have to train, and not only academic training, but practical training. So me, from where I stand at United Nations Development Program with other colleagues from what we call the United Nations country team in Kenya, one of the questions that could come that I would also like to invite for the deliberation is, at what cost? Let's take the example of renewable energy and green transition, since this conversation and part of this conference agenda is on green transition. The cost of electric car, which is something that will probably be debated in this August room, is it something that is sustainable for average Kenyans or East Africans? If you take the medium-sized car, which is currently being produced in Rwanda, the car goes for 70,000 USD. And if you take the average profession, which is a teacher or a medical doctor, how long it would need to put aside to be able to buy this car and be part of the energy transition? What I mean here, moderator, is how can this opportunity be also a platform to have that type of conversation and to agree as a continent and to agree as an actor, as those set the framework, what type of enabling, what type of incentives can we put forward this conversation? We understand the pro and the cons, and therefore we create enabling environment for industry and for private sector to be part of that conversation. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you very much for highlighting the need for an enabling environment and making those technologies really affordable for people on the ground. I saw back there a gentleman having a further question. Yes, please introduce yourself. You also have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coordinator. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Otala, a member of Parliament from Uganda and the chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am not asking a question, but I want to, first of all, subscribe to the submission of my honorable colleagues from Uganda, the Honorable Lawrence Songa and the Honorable Jacqueline Amongi. But I want to raise a very fundamental issue that in Uganda, for the past 20 years, we have invested close to 20 billion US dollars in oil and gas development. And I'm happy that the conversation that we are having right now is in respect to a transition to clean energy sources. And I want to observe that the developed countries that contribute much of the carbon causing the rise in climate and overall climate changes are still continuing to invest in fossil fuel development. For the past 20 years, the developed countries have made it difficult for Uganda to develop its oil and gas. And what I'm saying is that with our investment and in view of the fact that a transition is going to take some little bit of time, I am raising a controversial issue that Uganda will continue to develop its oil and gas in view of that, unless the main polluters compensate us and tell us that yes, now with the investment that, I'm sorry, can I just finalize on that?
Just briefly conclude, please.
Thank you. if we can be given a reparation for our investments so far, because they are the ones who have made it difficult for us to get our oil out of the ground, I must say that we must strike a balance between transition and developing oil and gas. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much for your point on investments still going in oil and gas, and this argument of needing, of striking this balance. I saw one gentleman over here. You have the floor for 2 minutes, and then we give the panel the possibility to react.
Thank you very much, Sessions Chair, and thank you very much, our Super Senator, Otieno Kajong, for this opportunity to ask a very pertinent question. Now that we have those who pollute the environment and those who clean the environment, the West being the pollutants and the African being the lungs that clean the environment. And yesterday, our president talked about introduction of taxes, because when we depend on donation to be able to mitigate the issue of environmental pollution, then we may not go far. Where can we come in as legislative arms, either the Pan-African Parliament or East African Legislative Assembly, or even local assemblies, to be able to set laws that will enable those who pollute the environment to pay taxes for pollution, and then those taxes be used to compensate the lungs of the environment. Lastly, I want to ask another question on the issue of persons with disability and climate change. In Africa, we have approximately 100 million persons with disabilities. Crutches, wheelchairs, and other assisted devices are manufactured in factories. How can we be able to urge them, those factories, to use renewable energy? If I may just give an example, in Kenya we have 400,000 wheelchair users. Those are Kenyans sitting on a metallic worth 12 billion factory. So how can we come in to be able to use renewable energy in the manufacture of assisted devices for persons with disability? Let us not leave anybody behind. Also, persons with disability should be involved in this climate change summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising those points on the need of new taxes, and also to leave no one behind, and see how also people with disabilities can be taken on board of this transition. I would now just give the panel the chance for very brief reaction, maybe 1 minute per person. Maybe you can focus on one of those issues raised in your intervention, and I would like to start with Honorable Onwikbu, since he's there in line, and then go one by one of the speakers.
Thank you very much indeed. I listened to what Dr. Otela said when he was talking about the cost, about $70,000 US to acquire a vehicle or so. All I would like to say is to encourage us as a people, as a continent, because we know the disadvantages we have faced over time. For instance, I mentioned the successful
partnership or collaboration between a company from South Africa when nobody wanted to, deal with us when we were privatizing the telecommunications industry in Nigeria. It was an African company that came, and then it turned out to be a gold mine. So we can work together. The cost of telephone, 3310, they call it, was 30-something thousand, 52,000. But over time, with increased number of people purchasing, improved technology, the price just dropped. I have no doubt that that's where we're going to go as we are talking about renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, very brief. The problem is when we are investing in photovoltaic, we have to spend at the beginning a lot of money, and in the operating time, it's cheaper. But how can we get this money at the beginning? That is a problem. So, for example, we are looking for, from the GIZ, for funds that you can replace diesel by photovoltaic, and then you have at the end a benefit of it. As I said, financing systems, we are talking about result-based financing systems, because on the one side you have the big investments, on-grid investments, that something like PPAs, and you have to make a good contract. But we are talking about decentralized solutions, and that's the problem of maintenance. And so we would like to strengthen the local market, because the big investments, they are made from foreign companies and not from the local market. So that's why we are talking about grants, we are talking about private money, and we are talking about a business case for local companies. And that's the system of result-based financing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I thank you so much, honorable members. I still insist that the solutions must come from ourselves if we have to champion this renewable energy. And we must be the ones to know what exactly is right and copying from what those other successful countries have done. Otherwise, it is still a gap that has to be covered. And we are the people that will cover that gap. And Honorable Sankok, my colleague, raised an issue in regards to the disability. Article 21 in our constitution in Uganda talks about each and everyone enjoying the rights. And all our legislations, disability is mainstreamed in all acts, all bills that are adopted by Parliament and assented to by the President of Uganda. And I think this is not any different. And of course, this is a call for all of us, whenever we are championing any cause, not to leave issues of disability. Inclusion is very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to put this very clear, that sustainable management of the environment or climate is not about don't touch. Touch it so long as the benefits are more than the cost. So we have to do a lot of cost-benefit analysis, because if we say people who are using firewood and charcoal don't touch, what will they use? There is no way someone who is using firewood will jump to start using electricity. So we have to do a lot of cost-benefit analysis in our decision. Then number two, there was a mention that 2% of the renewable energy fund from the global community is reaching Africa. Do you know why? Because we have an agency that is doing the credit rating based in South Africa and doing credit rating for the whole 54 countries of Africa. And so, in Africa, the countries that are scoring high is only Mauritius, Botswana,
And so other countries cannot get that credit from that loan from the private sector, who are told that we are still scoring below capacity. Otherwise, for us, we still recommend that we do the energy mix in Uganda and we move towards net zero. And there is still time frame up till 2050 or 2030 that we can do that. So what is the problem with generating 100% tons of greenhouse gases and absorbing it all in the sink? Thank you.
Thank you. So the final speaker in this round would be Honorable Zahra Al-Bazar from Egypt.
Thank you, and I would like to thank this opportunity for exchanging and learning from each other as parliamentarians. I stress very hard on platforms where we can share best practices, best regulations, learn from each other, and have an inclusive policy framework, platforms and opportunities where we can help each other to learn. The other thing is I also would like to emphasize the role of young people in our local communities. And as young parliamentarian, I also call for other parliamentarians to empower young people to participate and raise their awareness about the importance of renewable energies and how it's beneficial for our economies and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of this session. So honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor to moderate the session. I think we learned a lot about opportunities, legislation, obstacles of renewable energy there. We have just heard one call to emphasize the role of young people. I would like to take that and put it a bit further, and as part of global civil society, emphasize the role of civil society also. And it would be a pleasure to continue to work with you to strengthen also the bonds of parliamentarians and civil society in general. And with that, I'm now closing the session and hand over to our honorable chair for further remarks on the continuation of this conference. Thank you very much. And maybe a big applause also to our panel. Sorry, I forgot about that.
One very burning question. One very burning question. Can I?
Senator, it must be very burning. Senator Kavindu, maybe a minute. Let it be a question, not a speech.
I'll try.
Please. And it is a very dangerous window. It's a very dangerous window that I'm opening.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, we Africans are put in a place where we are meant to be very poor. But I want to say, Africans, we are not poor, because the best diamonds come from here. God comes from here. Every good gemstone comes from here. And I'm talking of gemstones knowing what I'm talking about. Africa, if these gemstones and every wealth that we have in Africa is controlled, there is nothing we cannot do. What are we meant to do as parliamentarians to capture and to control our wealth so that we can be able to get the money, the finances that we need, because it is here in Africa, so that we can move forward with these climate and energy problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, we still have 2 plenary sessions, and we have a tea break. And I want to just propose that we do just a 15-minute tea break. And clerk, I don't know whether we're allowed to ring the bell after the 15 minutes. And then when we come to the next session, that will be moderated by our friend from Conrad Adenua, during the plenary we can take more questions. So, Mheshimiwa Simba, I've seen you've raised your hand. We can take that at the next session. And all those who were not able to, yes, Solomon from Nigeria, we can fill those questions in the next plenary session. So we take a 15-minute break. Tea will be served as you walk out of the chamber. Is it on the left or on the right? It's on the right. We just make it quick, 15 minutes, and then we can come back and take the other questions that are still pending. Thank you.
We begin today's show in the Central African country of Gabon, where military leaders seized power on Wednesday from President Ali Bongo, whose family had ruled the oil-rich former French colony for more than 50 years. The coup occurred shortly after Bongo had been named the winner of Saturday's contested election. The military junta has announced General Brice Oligui Nguema would serve as transitional leader.
Faisant suite à la réunion de ce jour.
All of the commanders-in-chief and chiefs of staff, as well as the generals in the second section of the Gabonese Republic, were present for the meeting. General Brice Oligui Nguema was unanimously appointed chairman of the Committee for the Transition and Restoration of Institutions, president of the transition.
Bongo remains under house arrest. He pleaded for help in a video that aired Wednesday.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, president of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really.
Ali Bongo and his family have long been accused of enriching themselves at the expense of the country. The ousted president's father, Omar Bongo, ruled Gabon from 1967 to his death in 2009, when Ali Bongo was elected to his first term. In 2007, a probe by French police revealed the Bongo family had 39 properties in France and 70 bank accounts. Both Omar and Ali Bongo were close allies to France and the United States. Ali Bongo met with President Biden at the White House last year. The coup in Gabon comes just weeks after a military coup in Niger, another former French colony. In recent years, there have also been coups in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Chad. On Wednesday, the United Nations and the African Union condemned the coup.
We're joined now by two guests. Joining us from France is Thomas Deltombe. He's a French journalist and essayist. He edited a book titled A History of Francafrique, the empire that does not want to die. That's the title translated from French. In New York, Daniel Mangara joins us, professor of French and Francophone Studies in the Department of World Languages and Cultures at Montclair State University. He's the author of Gabon in Danger, the title translated from the French. In 1998, Mangara created the exiled opposition movement Bongo Must Leave, which he continues to lead. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Danielle Mangara, we thank you so much for being with us. We're going to begin with you. Can you explain what has just taken place in your country?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Now, I think that I heard in your segments that the international community was condemning what was going on in Gabon, especially the UN and the African Union. I'm actually surprised because I believe these are the types of coups that actually must be supported because they're undoing what I might call the rape of a nation. Gabon has been ruled for 56 years by the same family and the same regime. I don't know if people can imagine the scope of what we're talking about here. Omar Bongo came to power in 1967. He ruled for 42 years. And when he died in 2009, his son took over and has now ruled for 14 years. What that means is that Gabon is today one of only 2 republics, and I mean non-monarchical republics, to have been ruled for 56 years by the same family and the same regime. And for Americans who are listening here today, 56 years is equal to 9 American presidents under Omar Bongo from 1963, Lyndon Johnson, to Barack Obama. And so the Bongo family has ruled without regard for democracy. All the elections in Gabon have been stolen. And I think that the coup is actually a restitutive coup in a sense that it's actually restituting to the Gabonese nation a voice that will allow them now, perhaps through dialogue, to rebuild after 56 years of what I might call a disaster. And so I tend to believe that we should support the coup leaders in Gabon. This is a type of coup that we should support because it is a result of, it is in fact a reaction to the fact that once more, Ali Bongo, the Bongo family, tried to steal an election. And for once in Gabonese history, well, the military stepped in and have now allowed for the possibility of democratic change in Gabon if we're able to negotiate a peaceful resolution to the crisis.
Well, Daniel Mangara, you've said that the coup should be supported by the international community, and we've seen some footage of people in Libreville, the capital, celebrating the coup. But if you could explain, you know, who is behind the coup? What kind of relationship did the Gabonese military have with Bongo? And the fact that there was already an attempted coup in 2019, what happened then?
Well, we know that there's been general discontent in Gabon, you know, by the Bongo family. Now, Commander Brice Oligui Nguema, who took over as interim president now, certainly is part of what we call the presidential guard. Traditionally, this is the guard that has been protective of the president. That's like, in Gabon, at least historically, that's been more like a personal guard to protect a dictator. So the regular army in Gabon has no power, no armament that would actually allow it to serve, as a Republican army. And in this sense, the guard of Bongo has been usually perceived as complicit, protective of the regime. And so even, Commander Oligui himself, has been accused by the Gabonese people of having been behind some of the repressions, that have gone on, over the Bongo regime. But today, we do believe that, despite all that, their ability to now question the Bongo regime themselves and to decide to take over opens up new possibilities for Gabon. Now, the reaction of the people has been that, in general positive, because they're very happy that for once the Bongo family has been at least disabled to the point of opening up the possibility of perhaps later on democracy for Gabon. And I would say that, if we have to lead to a simple conclusion, we do have to believe that this is a rare opportunity for the Gabonese people to engage in national dialogue that would allow for perhaps in 2 years, after the transition, to go into democratic rule. And that's why I think that the international community must look at this as an opportunity for Gabon to actually enter a new era of democratic change.
I'd like to bring in Thomas Deltom into the conversation. Your book, the book you edited, is titled A History of France-Afrique, the Empire That Does Not Want to Die. So, Thomas, if you could respond to what Daniel Manguera has said, in particular about the military in Gabon and the relationship of its military to France. France has reportedly a series of agreements with the militaries of many of its former colonies. It's been 60 years, over 60 years, since most of France's African colonies have gained independence, most of which were in 1960, including Gabon. But since then, France has intervened militarily more than 50 times on the continent. So if you could begin first by just talking about the relationship between the military and France, the Gabonese military and France.
Yes, thank you very much to having me on your show. I think it's very important to go back and to know history to understand what's happening right now in Gabon in particular, but in French-speaking Africa in general. I think it's important to know the history of what we call this France-Afrique. In one word, this term, one word, sums up the extremely close relationship, the fusional relationship that France managed to maintain with its former colony in Africa, despite or thanks to the fake independence it granted to its former colonies in 1960. And Gabon is the extreme example of this fake independence. You know that the first head of state of Gabon was not Omar Bongo but Léon Mba. Léon Mba was a guy who was nominated by the French and who refused independence. He didn't want to have his country independent. It's the French who forced him to accept independence. And they said to him explicitly, don't worry, it's not a true independence. We'll give you independence, but at the same time, you will have to sign what we call cooperation agreements. So, in fact, we give you independence, freedom with the left hand, but we're taking it back with the right hand with these cooperations, the cooperation agreements. And these cooperation agreements are at the heart of what we see today. These cooperation agreements allowed France to maintain its military apparatus in their former colonies, to maintain the colonial monetary system beyond the independence, and to intervene militarily wherever it pleased. And you know, there had been a first coup in Gabon in 1964, and the French intervened militarily to put Léon, this guy Léon, back on his presidential chair, and then they immediately began to prepare the accession to power of his vice president Albert Bongo at this time, the future Omar Bongo, who was installed in 1967. And the presidential guard itself was trained and formed by the French militaries back in the 1960s. So it's like the independence of Gabon has never been real. And we have to bear that in mind, otherwise we can't understand what's happening right now.
And just to elaborate further on that term that's in your title, France-Afrique, that is a term. It also, fric means sort of money. And so it's like France's piggy bank, that's what Africa is. Is that fair to say, in addition to being one word, you know, France is Africa, said here now with irony?
Yeah, this France-Afrique was permitted, had the goal to secure access to strategic raw materials, oil, of course, gas, uranium, manganese, gold, etc., etc. So France could maintain its grip on its former colonies and Gabon in particular, and because the Gabonese elite became very, very rich thanks to that France-African system, it could send back money to the ex-metropole France and to secretly finance the political scene, people from the left and people from the right, and try to influence the political life in France. And Omar Bongo was like very, very good at this game. And one day on the French radio, he said, you know, France can't do anything, can't do harm to me because I know so many secrets. And among these secrets was the question of the financing of the French political scene.
Daniel Manguera, if you could talk about, respond to what Thomas said, in particular the economic conditions in Gabon, the fact that the country is extremely rich in natural resources and is one of Africa's richest countries on a per capita basis, but most of the population is extremely poor. So if you could talk about this fact, the Bongo family enriching itself along with other members of the elite, and the concept of bien mal acquis. What exactly does that mean, and how does it apply in this case?
Yes. So what we're talking really about here is the pillaging of the Gabonese economy by the Bongo family. There was, a decade ago, a documentary that was published by France 2, which is a French one of the French TV stations, that published a report that under ELF Gabon, which was this French company exploiting Gabonese oil, the Bongo family reserved itself 18% of Gabonese income. Compare that to what they allocated to the Gabonese nation itself, which was just 25%. So the Bongo family took 18% and giving to Gabon only 25% of Gabonese oil income under ELF. And so that gives you, you know, the magnitude of what we're talking about. I do want to go back a little bit, and I'll come back to the economic elements in a moment, but I want to go back to the idea of the France-Afrique, because when we, to understand actually why the Gabonese are very unhappy with the way the Bongos manage the economy, we have to go back to that France-Afrique notion and understand that General de Gaulle, you know, with Jacques Foccart, had actually arranged for Omar Bongo to come to power in 1967 because Léon Mba was sick in France at the time, where he actually died. But before he died, they organized an election in the Gabon after modifying the Gabonese constitution to make it look like the American style of constitution, where you have a vice president who would automatically succeed the president upon the president's death. And that's what happened. So Bongo came to power based on an arrangement that France actually put together to ensure that as soon as President Mba died, Omar Bongo would succeed him. And so that relationship has been ongoing forever, to the point when the Gabonese, when they look at their country, and it is indeed today, you know, one of the two highest per capita incomes in Africa, you know, Equatorial Guinea and Gabon actually have the highest per capita income in continental Africa today. And so the Bongo family have basically, through corrupt means, ransacked the Gabonese economy to the point that the Gabonese are not seeing really where that money is going. Recently, in fact, during the coup leaders actually arrested some of the, you know, the members of the Bongo government. And in fact, we were surprised to find that in their own houses, they were keeping amounts such as like $7 million, the equivalent of $7 million in their houses. You know, that gives you the magnitude of the corruption in Gabon, the way the Bongo family have basically been acquiring properties around the world, expensive cars, but not much of that has been trickling down into the Gabonese people's pockets. And I think that one of the grievances of the Gabonese lies right there in the relationship between France and the Bongo family.
And so, Professor Mangera, your movement is called Bongos Must Leave. Would you add to that France must leave? And do you think General Brice Oligui Nguema will represent something different? How do you think a transition away from the Bongos can take place?
Well, that's still a difficult question to answer right now, in the sense that you will find that some of the Gabonese today are kind of suspicious, because some of them actually think that it may be a plot by France and the Bongo regime to arrange for a fake coup that will just allow for continuity even when the Bongos are no longer there. And so that suspicion is there. Now, how is that possible that we could see something evolving in a way that would make the people trust the coup leaders and at the same time imagine a reconsideration of the relationship between France and Gabon? That's still an unknown, a question that cannot yet be answered. But I can say this. We're seeing all over Africa today discontent, especially in the French-speaking countries that were colonized by France. General discontent, where people have been linking the poverty levels in their nations, the dictatorships that have been suppressing their freedoms. They've been linking that to French control. And now you see when there are demonstrations all over Africa, you know, at least Francophone Africa, you know, the people demonstrating with Russian flags and so on. That's a sign that people are thinking that France is behind whatever is not going well in their nations. And so I think that that's still something that the Gabonese are going to have to grapple with in trying to find out if the coup leaders are indeed genuine and will try to work with the Gabonese people to allow for true democracy to you know, settle in the country in a way that also shows them that they're totally independent from French influence.
So, Daniel Mangera, before we forget, I'm going to go to Thomas Deltom. Thomas, before we end, if you could also place this coup in the context of the ones that immediately preceded it, and in Niger in particular, and whether you feel that you know, things will change now in Gabon, with respect to its relationship to France?
Well, I think there's a difference between the coup in Gabon and the coup in the Sahel, because the coup leaders in Gabon do not seem to want to exploit the so-called anti-French sentiment. They were insiders in the Bongo system. Apparently, the General Oligin Gema worked with both Omar Bongo and Ali Bongo and benefited financially from his position. One hypothesis is that they knew that the election that took place last Saturday put them in a great danger, and they wanted to intervene before a popular revolt to be able to save what could be saved. I don't know what Daniel thinks about this hypothesis, but I think it is possible that they want to keep the part of the system to continue to enjoy it. On the part of the French, and particularly the French commentators, they tend to play dumb because they ask questions. If you watch French television, they ask questions like, how come Africans love men in uniform so much, like in Niger and Gabon? How come they wave Russian flags? Do they like Vladimir Putin so much? I think this paternalistic state of mind is quite ill-advised, actually, on the part of the French, because their government and their own indifference for so many years it bears a heavy responsibility in what we see now. I think we might be witnessing a second independence, a new decolonization process, and all this pro-Russian feeling in Africa might be more pragmatic than what the French commentators say, and the fact that I think many Africans see the military and the Russians as tools, like pragmatic tools, to get rid of like autocrats and the French tutelage. And this is not incompatible with the desire to establish at last a real independence and a real democracy.
I'm going to have Danielle Mangara respond, and also in the last 60 seconds that we have, where Total, the French oil company, fits into this picture.
Well, the thing is that, what is interesting is that we've actually seen some type of disengagement of, at least French oil companies from Gabon. Today, it's mostly Perenco, which is owned by a French family rather than the French government. And so that's because we actually have a penetration of the Chinese interest in Gabon nowadays also, and that makes it less of a problem in terms of where the relationships, at least the economic relationships, are going, because France is actually now not the main economic partner of Gabon, and that's been a good thing. And I kind of want to echo the idea that we are now at you might say crossroads. Yeah, that is going to open the possibility that if the coup leaders are genuine about their intent, they're going to have to open up dialogue with the Gabonese civil society and the political class in a way that would allow for the pressures of the Gabonese population, and I think that's the key. When we're talking about French influence, it's really about how the people react to the coup leaders and how they can pressure the coup leaders into doing the will of the people as opposed to the will of France. And I think that, the idea of a new independence for Gabon is true in the sense that the potential is there, And I believe we could see something positive coming out of this. I believe that despite the fact that the coup leaders are part of the presidential guard, and mostly, the Gabonese will be mature enough to pressurize them, to pressure them in a way that will allow for a national dialogue to occur that could actually open up the possibility of democratic change in Gabon in the near future.
Dear friends, morning. Мы начинаем нашу работу, точнее, продолжаем нашу работу и открываем первое пленарное заседание саммита Россия-Африка. Уважаемый господин Асумани, уважаемые главы государств, правительств, руководители делегаций, уважаемые друзья и коллеги. Рад приветствовать вас на пленарном заседании второго саммита Россия-Африка. Здесь собрались представители подавляющего большинства африканских государств и руководители ведущих региональных организаций. И это убедительно свидетельствует о взаимном стремлении наших стран и народов развивать сотрудничество по всем направлениям, укреплять честное, открытое и конструктивное партнерство. Россию и Африку связывают традиционно крепкие узы дружбы и тесные взаимовыгодные отношения, основа которых закладывались еще в середине прошлого века, в годы борьбы народов африканского континента за свою свободу. На протяжении десятилетий нами неизменно оказывалась поддержка в тяжелом противостоянии стран Африки колониальному игу. К сожалению, некоторые проявления колониализма не изжиты до сих пор и по-прежнему практикуются бывшими метрополиями, в частности, в экономической, информационной и гуманитарной сферах. В России помнят и чтят память выдающихся сынов Африки. Я назову их, уважаемые друзья. Мы должны помнить и не должны забывать о них. Назову имена Патрисо Лулумбы, Гамаля Абдель-Насера, Нельсона Манделы, Ахмеда Бен-Беллы, Омара Аль-Мухтара, Кваме Нкрумы, Саморы Машела, Леопольда Сенгора, Кеннета Каунды, Джулиуса Ньерера. Мы помним и других африканских борцов за свободу, и национальных лидеров африканских стран. Основываясь на принципах справедливости и равенства, они твердо отстаивали для своих народов независимый путь развития, зачастую ценой собственной жизни. Эти идеалы свободы, независимости, суверенитета весьма значимы и сейчас, в нынешних непростых условиях международной турбулентности, когда идет формирование по-настоящему многополярного миропорядка, а эпоха гегемонии одного или группы государств уходит в прошлое.
Several states is becoming a thing of the past, albeit with the resistance of those who got used to the idea of their own exceptionalism and monopoly in global affairs. It is no accident that the second Russia-Africa summit goes under the slogan for peace, security and development. We're focusing not only on the expansion of the Russian-African strategic partnership, but also such cornerstone topics as global and regional stability, sustainable development of the continent, enhancing sovereignty of the African states in all the dimensions. Russia and the African states stand together to construct a new, more fair and just architecture of the world order. Together, we defend international law, the UN Charter, and the central role of this global organization. We are trying to coordinate our approaches on the key issues of the international agenda. It is important to note that we have shared or similar positions on many of them. This is manifested by the main positions of the political declaration, which is no law, the UN Charter, and the central role of this global organization. We are trying to coordinate our approaches on the key issues of the international agenda. It is important to note that we have shared or similar positions on many of them. This is manifested by the main positions of the political declaration, which is drafted to be adopted by the summit. Russia and African countries are expanding cooperation in countering the spread of the terrorist threat, to react to the challenges in the area of information security. Together, we stand against the use and abuse of the topic of climate, human rights and so-called gender agenda for the self-centered political interests. We do not accept such illegal practices as unilateral sanctions and restrictive or even punitive measures that damage the countries who pursue an independent policy, which create economic problems in the global scale and hold back our development. And we cannot accept the replacement of the international law with the so-called rules-based world order that certain countries declare themselves and interpret and distort and change themselves. It is not entirely clear what these rules are and who created them. It is clear that certain countries are using them in their own interest and change them for their own benefit. Most importantly, Russia and Africa share our inherent aspiration to defend true sovereignty and the right for our own path of development in the political, economic, social, cultural and other areas. Such aspiration to independence and sovereignty does not equal self-isolation. Quite the contrary, it means openness and cooperation of the free states and peoples, states as equals in their rights. Sovereignty is not something you achieve, it is something you have to keep fighting for to maintain. That is why I would like to remind you the words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "Do not judge me by my successes. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again." The same goes for state sovereignty. We need to defend it. We shall not step back or cave in under external pressure. In this aspiration to stay independent, to defend the sovereignty and take part in the establishment of the multipolar system based on states' equality, Russia and Africa show full solidarity with each other. Let me note that we witness the African continent becoming a new center of power. Its political and economic role is on the rise exponentially, and everyone shall take this reality into account. Let us take the example of the initiative of several African states for the settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. This is an acute issue, and we continue considering it. And this means a lot. Previously, any intermediary missions had been essentially monopolized by the countries with so-called developed democracies. But now it's different. Now Africa stands ready to help us find solutions for the issues outside of the zone of its original interests, and we respect your initiatives and take them into consideration. The authority of the African regional structures is also on the rise. First of all, the African Union as the expressor of opinions and aspirations of the entire macro-region. Russia has actively supported the initiative to provide African Union with membership in the G20. This would be the right solution, which would reflect the reality and the balance of power in the modern world. We are open to cooperation with other regional integration groups of Africa. Yesterday, we had a special meeting with their leadership. We had launched an initiative to establish cooperation between the Eurasian Economic Union and the African Continental Free Trade Area, established within the African Union, to discuss the possibility of integrational synergy between these organizations. And we also share the aspiration of African states to take a more active part in the activities of the United Nations. We see the active position taken by the African Union in this regard. We stand ready for practical consideration of any proposals to expand the representation of Africans in the bodies of the United Nations, including in the context of the proposed reform of the UN Security Council. We believe it is time to mend the historic injustice towards the African continent. Distinguished colleagues, we have to admit the fact that the situation in numerous African regions remains unstable. We still see unsettled international and ethnical conflicts, acute political, social and economic crisis. This is the grave heritage of the colonial era, of the policy to divide and conquer of the Western metropolis in Africa. Terrorism, the spread of extremist ideology, transnational crime and piracy all hinder the continental development. To counter these threats, Russia also offers its assistance. We stand ready in active cooperation between the law enforcement bodies and the special services of the Russian Federation and the African countries. We also intend to continue professional training for servicemen and law enforcers of African countries in the Russian specialized academies and universities. Currently, the servicemen from numerous African states are studying in the universities of the Russian Defense Ministry. In order to enhance the defense capacity of the continent's countries, we enhance our partnership in the military and military technical areas. Russia has signed agreements on military and technical cooperations with over 40 African countries, which now receive a wide array of Russian weaponry and military equipment. Some of them is provided free of charge in order to enhance security and sovereignty of these states. Our African colleagues take active part in the military and technical forums and exercises organized by Russia, where they can see the advanced types of weaponry and military equipment in practical use. The attention of Russia to Africa is on the rise. This can be seen in our plans to expand the diplomatic presence on the continent. We are ready to restore and open new Russian foreign missions and increase the number of employees in a number of existing embassies in Africa. This is an actionable step to intensify our contacts with the African countries, the political, business contacts, as well as cooperation in the humanitarian area, the area of culture and tourism. As an example, let me mention that following many years of suspension, we are about to restore the functioning of the Russian embassies in Burkina Faso and Equatorial Guinea. We also intend to expand the network of Russian science and culture centers, also known as Russian houses. They are currently active in 8 African countries, and they are about to appear in a number of new African states. We would welcome similar steps by our African friends, and we will provide all the necessary support in the opening of new embassies, consulates and other missions of African countries in Russia. Dear friends, I would like to say a few words of the economic and humanitarian cooperation with Africa. Yesterday's forum shows that both Russia and the African countries are actually eager to enhance cooperation in these areas, and let me be frank, our business has something to offer our distinguished partners from Africa. Despite the turbulence on the global market, the volume of trade with Africa is on the rise. It is clear that we are not at our full capacity today. In absolute figures, the current volume of trade is not what we should be satisfied with. We can do much more. So far, the volume is quite modest. The growth of the Russian-African trade and the diversification would be promoted by the use of national currencies in the trade and the establishment of new transportation and logistics chains. We understand the importance of unhindered supply of food products for the social and economic development and the support of political stability of the African states. Therefore, we expand and extend the shipments of agricultural products to Africa. In the year 2022, we have sent 11.5 million tons of grains to African countries, and in the first 6 months of this year, we have sent another almost 10 million tons. Despite the illegal sanctions against our exports, which seriously hinder the shipments of Russian food products and complicate the transportation, logistics, insurance and bank transactions. Let me underline that you, my dear friends, can rest assured that Russia shall always remain a responsible international supplier of agricultural products. We shall continue supporting the countries and regions in need. We will provide our grains and other food products, including shipments free of charge, and shipments within the United Nations World Food Programme. Yesterday, as you know, we announced that in the upcoming 3 to 4 months we will provide additional 25 to 50,000 tons of grains to 6 African countries, free of charge. Overall, Russia intends to continue providing assistance for the development of the African continent by providing more than humanitarian assistance, but also trade preferences, supporting the creation of modern industries, agriculture, assistance through the relevant international structures and agencies. In particular, from 2020 to 2023, bilaterally, we have carried out 11 Russian humanitarian activities in 10 African countries. We were one of the first to come to the assistance of the continent states during the coronavirus pandemic. We have provided millions of test systems free of charge. We have provided mobile medical laboratories and equipment for the Special Infection Research Center. Russia takes part in the debt relief efforts for African countries. Currently, the overall sum of debt cancellation amounts to $23 billion. According to the latest request of the African countries, we will provide another $90 million for their development. To finish my statement, dear friends, let me underline once again that we are sincerely ready to stand side by side with our African friends to work for the future, to create a genuine strategic partnership and interaction. We appreciate our relations with each African country and with the continent in general, and we are sure of the successful future of these relations in the current multipolar world which is in development. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Allow me to give the floor to Chairperson of the African Union, President of the Union of the Comoros, Azali Assoumani. You have the floor, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, distinguished Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished Mr. Moussa Faki, President of the AU Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here, I bring you grace. Thank you for giving me the floor. At the outset, I would like to sincerely thank you for the warm welcome and hospitality. Thank you for having us here at this Russia-Africa Summit. We appreciated the dinner that you offered us yesterday. It was delicious, with wonderful concert. It showcased the great cultural potential behind this wonderful city of St. Petersburg. I would like to once again highlight our cooperation that sets an example. We have wonderful, skillful people, we have creativity, we have resilience, and it all deserves respect. This sets an example, and yesterday we reaffirmed it once again during our work that took place in wonderful conditions. It led to signing of multiple agreements which would contribute to our cooperation, Let me emphasize that our partnership holds great future, especially if we actively get on board the youth, the women. This is the future of our countries, and we need to nourish the skills of business to them. It would also benefit to the business climate of the African Union countries, as well as initiatives to encourage foreign direct investment. The African youth is very vibrant. There are a lot of startups, SMEs. A great deal of effort is invested in research and science. Despite shortages in investment, we need to take into account the priorities of each other. Certainly, the 2063 African Union agenda would contribute to the sustainable economic growth of the Russian Federation and the African Union. The African Union is engaged in the economic transformation. Certainly, Russia would participate in the investment. It would also benefit from our many resources. We want to build an economic and social Africa that is integrated in the rest of the world. Certainly, we need to develop trade, investment in line with our shared goals. When it comes to training in digital technologies, Russia has achieved a lot here. We need to create human capital in order to work successfully in this area, in order to support sustainable development, in order to engage an increasing number of young people. As for peace and security, as well as democracy and human rights, of course, we applaud the efforts of some of our partners, but we also ask some of the other partners not to interfere in our domestic affairs. We are fighting against unconstitutional changes. At times, something happens on our continent, and that does not benefit our countries. The African Union condemns the anti-constitutional changes in Niger. We also join here the international community. A few words on bilateral relations between Russia and the Comoros. In the 1980s, during the Soviet era, our country got an opportunity to send hundreds of students to the Soviet Union to train them. And today, these people hold important positions at various authorities that are decision-making in our country, especially with regard to a business community and economic area. Some of them make part of my delegation. Many of them are interpreters. That is why we thank you for this friendly and efficient cooperation. I'm positive that all of my colleagues present here are also grateful to you. They wish to galvanize this cooperation with Russia. We hope that the Russia-Ukraine crisis that somewhat halted our relationship would see the resumption of our relations. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. I believe that our yesterday's agenda was very meaningful, and I hope that you enjoyed the show just like the rest of you. Our artists wanted to showcase not only what Russia has in terms of culture, but also the link between our cultures. And I believe that at the end of yesterday's events, they achieved to do that. Thank you for your statement. You have noted a lot of interesting things, especially when it comes to the youth. That is very sensitive. African young people are very talented. Many of those present here, despite the fact that a lot of time has passed after their training in the Soviet Union, they speak fluent Russian, highlights the quality of human potential in Africa. Thanks a lot. And now I give the floor to the interim president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. Over to you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Comrade Vladimir Putin, Your Excellency, Chairman of the African Union, heads of the delegations, thank you. Hello. It gives me great honor to address you here this morning and to convey to you the fraternal greeting of my people. At the outset, I would like to thank the Almighty who allowed us to gather here today and to talk about the prosperity and the future of our peoples. I'm sorry for maybe offending you somehow. My generation asks a lot of questions but does not get any answers. Here, we feel at home. Russia is also a family to Africa because we share history. Russia has sacrificed a lot to liberate Europe and the world from fascism. During World War II, we have shared history. We can say that we are forgotten peoples of the world, be it movies, books. In many ways, the role of Russia and Africa in the fight against Nazism has been forgotten, but today we stand together, and today we're here to talk about the future of our countries and what will happen tomorrow in this new free world to which we aspire for, where there will be no meddling in our domestic affairs. We have shared prospects, and I hope that this summit will provide an opportunity to establish just peace and just world order and relations between our peoples. It's not quite clear to me how come that Africa, that has so many resources, water, solar energy, how come that currently it is the poorest continent in the world with the highest levels of famine? How come that we have to ask for help? We ask ourselves, but we don't get any answers. We have a chance to build a new relationship. Hopefully, this relationship will be for the better to us in order to build a better future for our country. On behalf of my generation, I would like to say that due to poverty, many had to cross oceans in quest for a better life. At times they die, at times they starve. It's hard for them to survive. As for Burkina Faso, it's been 8 years since we have been facing the most barbaric and violent form of colonialism, barbarism. We are imposed this modern form of slavery. We were taught one thing: a slave that cannot rebel does not deserve pity. And we decided to fight against terrorists that impede our development and our struggle. Our peoples decided to take up arms in order to fight terrorism. We're surprised that imperialists, they are called militarized units, militarized groups. In Europe, people take arms in order to defend their motherland. They are called that they say that they are not patriots, but when my grandfather had to take up arms, it was against his will. When people decide to take up arms, there's another problem. The problem is that the heads of African states do not give anything to these people who fight against imperialism. They're calling us armed units, bandits. We do not agree with such an approach. Leaders of African states should not be puppets when imperialists treat them like that. I would like to convey a message to heads of African states. We need to ensure self-sufficiency of our peoples, of our countries. We need to ensure food self-sufficiency, and we need to meet all the needs of our peoples. Since there's not much time left for my intervention, let me pay tribute to our peoples that fight against all the evil. Glory to our people, respect to our people, and victory to our people. Thank you, comrades. Thank you. Mr. Traore, indeed, the truth is distorted as someone converted by someone, but indeed this struggle was fought by the Soviet Union to liberate humankind against Nazism. Let me draw your attention to the fact that the struggle of Africa for its independence and against apartheid has been going on not for the interest and for the benefit of the Africa per se, but also for the benefit of the humankind, because it leads to such results that improve the quality of relations in the world. Hence, it improves the situation in the world at large. And in this sense, I agree with Mr. Traore. It resembles pretty much what was happening with the Soviet Union, what has been happening with Russia in its struggle, and what is happening with Africa in their quest for genuine independence. It gives me great pleasure to give the floor to the President of the Central African Republic, or rather to the President of Republic of Cameroon, Paul Biya. Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, at the outset, allow me to express my appreciation on behalf of my delegation and on my personal behalf for the warm welcome, fraternal welcome that was accorded to us in this wonderful city of St. Petersburg. At the same time, allow me to express my appreciation on behalf of all the African states and peoples for arranging and organizing this summit that would, without any doubt, help strengthen mutual understanding between Africa and the Russian Federation. Probably many are surprised at the interest that is showcased by Russia towards Africa. Here I would like to underscore, and everybody knows about that, in 1960s, we gained independence after a long struggle, and back in the day, Russia provided a huge assistance and genuine assistance to my country. Once again, we would like to thank your grand country for this help. As for today's forum, it is dedicated to cooperation. This cooperation has always borne great results to Africa. Today, the world is facing many problems: drought, economic crisis, let alone the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a new page in our history, but let us not forget about other problems, skyrocketing inflation and other issues. In the face of these challenges, we call you for cooperation, the kind of cooperation that Russia has always enjoyed with Africa. I'm confident together we can offer new solutions to our peoples to address all challenges. There are more than 1 billion people living in Africa, yet we are underrepresented in international organizations, namely in the United Nations organization. We look forward to Russia's support in rectifying the current state of affairs, which is unjust. Let me also say that the development problems are still urgent for our countries. The current crisis has further aggravated the situation. Just like in the past, we hope that Russia would support us. It would help us find finance and resources what we want is to send a request to the IMF, to other financial institutions, in order to resolve our problems, to address security issues and terrorist challenges. That is the area where we also need to cooperate. Indeed, Russia provides assistance to many countries of the world in its fight against terrorism. Africa faces these issues as well as many other challenges, the whole range of them, but hopefully together we will move towards resolving these matters.
I won't keep listing all the difficulties and problems that we are facing. I would like to take this opportunity once again and thank the Russian Federation and its leadership for providing assistance to African countries in overcoming economic difficulties. Our students are studying at Russian universities. They get back to our country enriched with new knowledge, and this is something we are grateful to the Russian Federation for. I would like this forum to ensure that relations between Russia and Africa strengthen. Thank you for your attention. Our distinguished colleague has just said that some people are surprised at Russia's increasing attention to Africa. However, I personally think that this is hardly surprising. There is a certain apprehension regarding this process, but it is something else that is surprising. It was surprising that at a certain point in history, Russia started paying less attention to Africa, despite the positive experience of previous decades that we had accumulated. However, at some point, we did not pay enough attention to Africa. But given Africa's future, its potential, and our achievements accumulated over previous decades, it is only natural that we, Russia and Africa, restore our relations, and this process will continue unfolding. Our work today is another attempt to move down the same path. I now give the floor to President Touadéra of the Central African Republic. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Putin of the Russian Federation. Distinguished Chairman of the African Union, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen. Today I speak on behalf of the Central African Republic. I make my address at the plenary session of the Second Russia-Africa Forum that is taking place in the beautiful city of St. Petersburg. I would like to thank the Russian Federation for its resolve in supporting Africa in its fight for sovereignty and for our rights enshrined in the United Nations Charter. I would like to thank the Russian President, Russia's leadership and Russian people for the stellar organization of today's forum, as well as for the cooperation with Africa it is engaged in, despite all the geopolitical hardships, as well as those in climate and energy that we are facing. The Central African Republic receives assistance from Russia. Our friendly relations are at an all-time high. Russia and the Central African Republic have enjoyed top-tier relations. Undaunted by geopolitical hardships, Russia provides assistance to our country, including to our armed forces and security forces, in their fight against terrorist organizations. In 2021, these terrorist groups attacked Bangui, our country's capital. Our countries, our people, have relations that saved the democracy in our country. We have organized a free and democratic election, and we have managed to avoid a new civil war that would have devastating consequences. On behalf of the people and the government of the Central African Republic, I would like to express our gratitude to the leadership of the Russian Federation. Thanks to Russia's support, our country has embarked on the path towards peace and prosperity. Currently, we hold a plethora of summits and make many promises, but not all of these promises are translated to reality. However, we are traversing a food and climate crisis. Africa is looking for reliable economic and financial partners. Africa is striving for equal and mutually respectful diplomatic relations, as well as mutually beneficial cooperation. For a long time, the Central African Republic was subjugated to a colonial power. In 2016, our country started a new page in its history. Today, we diversify our diplomatic relations and establish bilateral ties with all countries who are desirous of doing so. We develop economic relations and various programs. The Russia-Africa Forum, that focuses on a humanitarian component this year, is an opportunity to resist the hegemony of certain participants of international relations. As part of innovative cooperation with Russia, we are looking for practical and sustainable solutions for our country and the entire African continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our country, its subsoil resources, and its nature are full of riches. However, these resources are not enough today because the colonial yoke continues to remind of itself, persists. The Central African Republic invites all countries of the world to a mutually beneficial and effective cooperation within a world order based on the United Nations Charter. African countries want to see their ideals translated into reality, as well as peace, security, and harmonious development. Thank you. Dear colleague, you said some kind words about our international relations. Naturally, we will preserve the same level of international relations, including in the most sensitive areas of our cooperation. There can be no doubt about that. However, we can do and must do more. We have plenty of opportunities and will do so. We will develop our relations in this area. I now give the floor to the President of the Republic of Uganda, President Museveni. The floor is yours.
His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, Their Excellencies, the African heads of state and government, the people of Uganda send you greetings and well wishes. I have had the good fortune of watching and participating in freedom activities in our area for the last 60 years plus. In order to understand the struggles we have been involved in, we should be reminded that by 1900, the whole of Africa had been colonized except for Ethiopia. This colonization followed 500 years of taking slaves from Africa and the devastation that criminal trade caused. It was not only Africa that was colonized, but also much of Asia, India, Indonesia, Indochina, Burma, the Philippines, Malaysia, etc., and the subjugation and extermination of the indigenous people of the Americas and Australia. However, these criminal acts by the imperialists, the slave trade and colonialism, provoked the colonized people into launching a resistance movement by some of the black people in the United States of America, in the persons of Du Bois and Pademont, who launched the Pan-African movement. This was the first step. Secondly, in 1912, the African National Congress of South Africa was launched, led by new resistance fighters, different from before, when the leaders of the resistance were the kings and chiefs, such as Kabarega of Uganda, Mkwawa of Tanzania, Lobengura of Zimbabwe, Mwang of Uganda. Thirdly, the huge country of the Soviet Union was taken over by communists in 1917, and so was the huge country of China in 1949. Those communists were staunch anti-imperialists. Fourthly, our good fortune was that the greedy imperialists started fighting among themselves over us. I'm referring here to the so-called First and Second World Wars. In effect, these were inter-imperialist wars vying for domination of the world. In those wars, the imperialists weakened themselves to the advantage of the anti-colonial movement. That is how India, Pakistan, Indonesia, etc. got independence. Some of the imperialists tried to cling to colonies, but they were defeated in Algeria, Vietnam, Kenya, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. Fifthly, even within the imperialist countries, we had allies that were against the evil system. People like Fena Brockway, Dingo Foot, Olof Palme were with us and with our parents before us in opposing this evil system. It is these 5 factors that caused the defeat of the imperialism and restored our sovereignty to some extent. These are, again, the anti-colonial movement in Africa, Asia and Latin America, the rise of communism in the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, North Korea, etc., the 2 inter-imperialist wars of the last century that caused the weakening of the imperialist countries to our advantage, even when our parents were used as cannon fodder in those criminal wars, fighting the Japanese in Burma, the Italians in Ethiopia, the Germans in North Africa and Europe. Then 5th, the Pan-African movement launched by some of the black people in the United States of America, and the support by some fair-minded persons in the imperialist countries, persons, as I've already said, like Fena Brockway, Dingo Foot, Olof Palme, and others. We are therefore happy to be here in Russia, and we take this opportunity to thank the Soviet peoples and other socialist countries for that support. However, flag independence did not, in the majority of cases in Africa, mean healthy disengagement with imperialist economies. Up to now, many of the African economies still face the bottlenecks and distortions of the colonial era. Although some progress has been achieved, a lot remains to be done. That is why you hear that the GDP of Africa is currently US dollars 2.7 trillion, smaller than the individual economies of countries like Japan, Germany, etc., not to mention the United States or China. This stunting of the African economies is caused by a number of bottlenecks that I may not have time to enumerate here. We have, however, identified them, and we are handling them together with our brothers in the African Union. However, one example can bring out some of these bottlenecks. This is the issue of coffee. The global value of coffee businesses currently is US dollars 460 billion. 460 billion. This is the value of the coffee in the world. However, all the coffee producing countries in the world, Africa, Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, all of us, take only US dollars 25 billion out of this. The coffee business in the world, 460 billion. All of us, the coffee producers in the world, our share, $25 billion. Africa's share is US dollars 2.5 billion. Out of the 460 billion, Africa's share is 2.4 billion. With Uganda taking $800 million, because we are now producing 800 million bags of 60 kilograms each. Germany, a non-coffee producing country, earns US dollars from coffee, 6.85 billion from coffee, more than all the African coffee producing countries. My young friend from Burkina Faso was asking about this, where the problem is. I could see he's very worried, our young soldier there. So you have the answer here. This is part of modern slavery. This is the modern slavery. What is causing this? Africa being locked into and also locking itself into only producing raw materials of agriculture, minerals, etc., and abstaining from adding value. A kilogram of good coffee today earns about US dollars 2.5. The same kilogram roasted and processed outside Africa earns about US dollars 40. So we get $2.5 for a kilo of coffee. Somebody who is clever outside gets $40. This is the hemorrhage that has stunted Africa's growth. There are other bottlenecks, but I do not have time to go into them. Therefore, my proposal to our allies of Russia, India, China, etc., is to point out to them that they could help here by policy decisions to buy value-added products from Africa rather than raw materials. Those are products like processed coffee instead of bean coffee, chocolate instead of cocoa beans, textiles instead of just cotton, steel instead of iron ore. Iron ore, we call it, our languages are richer than English, we call it obtare. Obtare, that's iron ore, different from the metro. Electric batteries instead of just lithium, etc. Part of the issues we are solving among ourselves in Africa is the issue of the free flow of goods and services in the continental free trade area. If this is addressed, the other problem of food, which people are talking about so much, for African societies, will also be partially addressed. In Uganda, we don't have a problem of food. Uganda is a net exporter of food. Products like maize, milk, bananas, fruits, fish, cassava, not to mention beverages like coffee, tea, cocoa, vanilla, etc., are produced in big quantities, and with irrigation, bigger quantities are possible. Without irrigation, our farmers produce 5.3 tons of bananas per hectare. With irrigation and fertilizers, that production has gone to 53 tons per hectare in some of the government-supported farms. It is therefore important for our partners to know that some of the African countries, such as Uganda, produce huge quantities of food, and moreover, food of unique nutritional value, beef with yellow fat, instead of the cholesterol-laden types you get from many parts of the world, potassium-rich bananas, high-cream milk, fish with a NAIROBI bladder that is a cure for some maladies, millet with protein, carbohydrates, and iron together. What we actually need are markets in both Africa and beyond. This is part of the problem. Some of the African countries have got a lot of food, but they cannot sell it to the other countries because of the trade barriers within Africa. Secondly, you could also encourage your companies.
Кроме того, вы можете также работать с своими компаниями, чтобы они сами способствовали созданию добавочной стоимости в Африке.
Value addition to the abundant raw materials in Africa means more jobs for the unemployed African youth that are dying in the Mediterranean trying to reach Europe, and more money in their pockets. They will then afford to pay for more electricity generated by turbines made from outside, which creates more jobs and money for the turbine producers outside. After some delays, we in Africa are making some good moves. One of them is the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, that is uniting the huge market of Africa of 1.5 billion people. We shall be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years. Remember that Africa is 12 times bigger than India in land area. But until recently, the population of India has been bigger than that of Africa. Therefore, Africa has actually been underpopulated for much of the millennia. The fact that it is the origin of man, Homo sapiens sapiens, 4.5 million years ago, notwithstanding. Today, on account of modern medicine, Africa will have optimal population for the first time in human history. Finally, those who foment wars on account of ideological issues are wrong, and they are time and opportunity wasters. Human history will move on whether they like it or not. Did the religious wars in Europe impose religious conformity in the world? You remember there were people who wanted to make sure that everybody is a Catholic, wanted to make sure, and they were using war, and what happened? They failed. Did Metternich, there was the Austria of the Austro-Hungarian Empire called Metternich. Did Metternich's Holy Alliance stop the spread of capitalism and the overthrow of feudalism? When there was a revolution in France in 1789, this revolution was a bourgeois revolution, was a capitalist revolution. Now, Metternich was supporting feudalism, and his answer was to launch war to defeat the capitalist movement in France. But he failed. The only justified wars are the just wars, like the anti-colonial wars. Wars of hegemony will fail and waste time and opportunity. Dialogue is the correct way. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is true that slavery today is recognized by all as a crime. There is no denying that. But back in the day, they did everything to fight against you during the liberation struggle. Obtaining your own flag, as mentioned by our colleague, is not enough to be truly independent. Certain countries are trying to retain their monopoly in the area of finance, in the area of technology, in the area of digital technology, and in the area of food. This is unacceptable. We shall fight against that. And many of those present here are aware that the Soviet Union and Russia never believed that we should just buy the raw materials from Africa. Remember how many industries, how many power plants and steel plants were produced and constructed by the Soviet Union in Africa. We shall come back to that practice, and we will be doing that on a bilateral and international basis. Thank you very much. Now allow me to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Congo, Mr. Sassou Nguesso. Distinguished Mr. President of the Russian Federation, Distinguished Chairman of the African Union, President of the Union of Comoro Islands, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and governments, distinguished Chair of the Commission of the African Union, ladies and gentlemen, our delegation would like to thank you for the warm hospitality. We are glad to seize the opportunity to take part in the second Russia-Africa Summit. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President, His Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, for the warm hospitality that we've enjoyed here. The issues discussed during our today's session, in my view, are first of all our aspiration for peace, security, and development. Each era in history is a separate generation. Each generation has its own challenges. In Africa, we are always talking about unity. Previously, we were fighting against colonialism. We had to fight against the apartheid. We had to fight for our independence. And during this fight, Africa has enjoyed the support of the former Soviet Union in its fight for independence. And all of that was a part of the strategy of solidarity. This used to be called the internationalism principle. In order to achieve genuine independence, the African countries required competent professional elites. And then, the former Soviet Union has provided us with great assistance. Millions were spent for the professional training and education for African specialists. Thousands of scholarships have been provided. Today, our goal is development for the good of 2 billion Africans. That is the population that we're expected to see by the year 2050. Today, just like yesterday, as part of the liberation struggle, we are saying that we are fighting. We are fighting for our development. And Africa cannot continue this fight alone without its friends and partners. The world today has turned into a global village. We're all living together. Mr. President, today we can confirm that the industrialization of our continent is not possible without electrification. You may remember the famous slogan of the great revolutionary of your country, who said that socialism is the Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. At the same time, today, as we see the situation, 600 million Africans, let me repeat, 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity. Moreover, speaking of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the free movement of people, of goods and services, we must say that this is not possible without modern means of transportation, logistics, transportation links, the railroads, the sea traffic, the telecommunications, the airports, the African Continental Free Trade Area is the manifestation of a new vision for our future. However, the implementation of the free trade area is only possible if supported by the relevant infrastructure, and these investments are quite costly. And if our countries are left alone, this would be equal to suicide. The implementation of such plans is only possible if we unite our efforts as part of the continental or the regional and sub-regional organizations. Assistance to Africa by Russia means strategic partnership, and we call for the establishment of a strategic, mutually beneficial partnership. At the same time, we, as the African countries, shall concentrate on defining the main priorities, the main infrastructural projects, which would be subject for future negotiations as part of the state-private partnership. We will be seeking diversified financial sources, including concessions, loans. For the long term, we may discuss various sources of financement. Africa can only continue its development in the conditions of synergy. Self-isolation is unacceptable for us. Sure, there are small-scale projects currently in place, but we need the large-scale ones. We do not expect any generosity for us. We are not begging for money. The Russian-African partnership has a great future. Africa has vast resources. Our vision of the future of our cooperation is a vast vision, and we're doing this in the name of peace. Based on the mutual trust and confidence between the partners. This would allow us to comply with all the obligations and complete all the initiatives. Speaking of peace in Africa, I would like to repeat that we do have an aspiration for peace in Africa and in Europe as well. This is exactly why I am once again calling to put an end to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. There is one African saying: it goes that grass suffers from the elephants walking on it. This means various aspects of our activities. This is a comprehensive problem. Our population is affected by numerous difficulties and problems. Coming back to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, let me say that the African initiative is worthy of attention. We cannot underappreciate it. This is exactly why I support the words of Mr. Putin on this topic. Once again, let me say that we retain our optimism. We have numerous problems, and we discuss all of them during this summit. And we are once again calling to restore peace in Europe and in your part of the planet. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. These are very important matters, and we will definitely discuss them. Today we will have a special session for that, or for the matter of peace. It is truly so. This is the basis for any development. But let me also take note of a few aspects that were just mentioned in the speech, namely infrastructure and professional training and education. Infrastructure is the basic condition for development. This is obvious. And here, I would like to point out the following. Russia has the competence in the development and construction of any infrastructural projects, and very good competence and experience. We have the financial sources for such projects. What remains is to work together to elaborate joint, mutually beneficial and economically sound tools and solutions for these matters. Africa has sufficient resources to work together with its partners, including partners from Russia. Speaking of professional training and education, we have very good experience of working with talented youth from Africa. Very good. This is the most important aspect. The future of the world economy depends on technology, on high-tech. It is impossible to move on without specialists. This is a very important area of our joint work. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, in the name of Allah, most gracious and merciful. Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, Excellency, Chairman of the African Union, Mr. Asmani, Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, for the warm hospitality and the great organization of the second Russia-Africa Summit. The first summit, as we know, was organized in 2019, and we believe that this was an important event for the establishment of partnership between Russia and the countries of the African continent. Today's summit takes place in the most complicated international situation, since we are witnessing the polarization of various forces and their influence on the entire system of international relations. The African countries have a bit in the construction of solid infrastructure for their further development. And we are also concerned about the matters of peace and security. This is exactly why our countries are trying to do everything to use the resources at their disposal to achieve such goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt has always pioneered initiatives in these areas. Peace between the strong powers shall be based on the principles of justice. This has always been our strategic choice. We firmly believe that strength is in truth and in logic, and not the other way around. Sure, we have our own opinion on what is happening today, and this is important for further development of our strategic partnership. First of all, the African countries should use their sovereignty. They should speak out in favor of peace, justice, sustainable development. We shall always adhere to the same position regarding all the complicated issues that we are facing today within the United Nations, including the matters of peaceful settlement of the existing crisis. We should also carefully consider the reasons and the origins of the conflicts and their influence on peace and security.
We also need to closely consider the issues related to the impact of international sanctions on one country or another. We should take into account the goals of development of African countries in light of the challenges that these countries face. We should take into account the issues of food security, growing food prices. That is why we need to swiftly find a solution to food supplies issue, supplies to developing countries, and we need to bear in mind all the relevant issues. Naturally, we need to build consensus on the grain deal, and we need to take into account the needs of all the countries, as well as the repercussions of this situation for many countries and peoples. As for the stance of the African countries, it is built upon moderate views that we profess, and we believe that we need to resolve all these matters guided by our interests. Here, financing issues are very important, and Russia's support to African countries. The documents that we adopt today at the summit are crucial to define our strategic partnership, let alone the vast prospects that are opening up in light of the development of our cooperation. And it also meets our common interest. Certainly, the areas of economic cooperation and the attention that we pay to industrialization, agriculture, infrastructure, it is all very important for our cooperation with Russia. Taking into account the historic ties between our peoples, let me avail myself of this opportunity to state that Egypt is ready to contribute to deepening our strategic interaction, building upon the principles that we agree on. We are also ready to step up ties between our companies and Russian enterprises. With regard to the interests of our region, we need to take into account the efforts of the African Union, as well as all the steps to restore our economy, to develop our economy, and to strengthen peace and stability in our continent. By way of concluding, let me thank the Russian Federation and Vladimir Putin personally for this summit, for organizing this event. We hope that this summit will yield the desired result for the benefit of peace and progress. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Relations between Russia and Egypt over the past decades have been strategic. That is a simple fact, regardless of what our documents state, although they state exactly the same thing. But relations between Russia and Egypt enjoy strategic nature in terms of politics, economy. We have a lot of shared joint projects. Let me get back to something that was raised by my friend and colleague regarding the food policy, food shortages and food prices and so on. I've already stated, and I would like to repeat it once again. There are difficulties in food and energy global markets, but they emerged not yesterday due to the conflict in Ukraine, but they started way back during the COVID-19 pandemic, when many countries, including industrialized countries, they closed companies, they closed enterprises due to health concerns. They had to support their population and their production in various areas. How would they do that? At the end of the day, they emitted a lot of money in the US and in the Eurozone. In the Eurozone, there was a somewhat lower emission, but in the US, they had bigger emission. And they started printing money and allocating this money to buy food on global markets, and prices skyrocketed. This had to do with short-sighted energy policy. They didn't have any grounds to rely on efficiency of reliable energy sources, renewable energy sources. They didn't invest in hydrocarbons. This all led to the growth in energy resources prices. This affected ultimately the price of fertilizer. One mistake after another, one led to another. These are fundamental things that turned the markets upside down, the food and fertilizer as well as energy markets. This is the cause of all the problems. Certainly, the developments in Ukraine fuel the current problems, but the thing is that it was caused by the financial and energy policy of Western industrialized countries, as well as financial policy of the West. That is the root cause of the price hike on food markets. But certainly, we need to think about other matters that are on the agenda. I'm talking about the crisis in Ukraine. Thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the President of the State of Eritrea, Isaias Afewerki. Your Excellency, Mr. Afewerki, you have the floor.
Excellency President Vladimir Putin, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. I have an unwritten document to mention the statements made by previous speakers have addressed almost the fundamental issues of this joint summit between the Russian Federation and the African continent. My emphasis would be on the process that we are undertaking now in through consultation. Developing consensus is very critical. We're in this second phase of the Russia-Africa summit, which, in my opinion, has highlighted and developed some of the fundamentals for this strategic partnership. But the strategic partnership will have to take stock of serious issues at the moment. I would suggest that a mechanism be established to develop to prepare a document for strategizing on this strategic partnership between the Russian Federation and the continent. But this strategy will not have to be a general framework for the partnership that we'll have to build. We need to further move towards identifying areas of cooperation within this strategy and prepare documents for concrete projects on each and every sector and industry the sectoral and industrial planning within a broader strategy, taking stock of details that will have to be prepared for the mobilization of resources. In my opinion, Russia, Africa, China, other partners, even outside Africa, Latin America, Asia, developing these projects and their manuals or details of the plans that will require the mobilization of resources. I would say this continent has, as we're told, has more than 60% of natural endowments globally. If this 60% could be mobilized to implement projects at a sectoral and industrial level, then we talk about the time frame for implementing these projects by mobilizing the required resources. I'm confident to say that the Russian Federation has all the industrial base and technology base to provide the support required for this strategic partnership between Russia and Africa, but also including other continents that will make their contributions at the final achievement of the goals. And the draft document will have to be prepared, I say now, and probably in the coming summit that will take place anytime next year, so that we have a clearly defined strategy. The strategy will have to include a number of sectoral and industrial plans, detailed plans on the timing of implementation, plus the mobilization of resources, not only material resources, financial resources, but also technological and industrial resources that will have to be mobilized to implement these detailed plans. The detailed plans could be implemented by putting in place mechanisms that will take every project on its own and implement, ultimately creating an integrated approach on implementing those particular programs. And this requires a lot of refinement on the institutions and then the mechanisms that we'll have to create. I would urge all those who have the resources above any other party, I would urge the Russian Federation to provide the support and make the contributions for detailing out the strategy, working out detailed plans on objectives that will be defined by clearly detailed technological and quantifiable numbers, plus the time frame for implementing this project. Once we have this document ready, the contributions from each and every partner at the continental level, on the part of the Russian Federation, plus other global partners who will join our effort to change the reality in Africa, because the coming generation after 25 years will have a population of 2.4 or 2.5 billion within the continent, and their issues will have to be addressed at an earlier phase rather than later on facing challenge for the implementation of this project. I think this second summit will have to take stock of the preparation of this document so that each and every one of us will be ready or even working on some of the projects that will need the mobilization of resources that we can make available to the success of this strategic summit. I once again would like to thank you, President Putin, for creating this conducive environment for exchanging ideas and developing consensus, but going beyond that to implementable, sustainable programs for the benefit of humanity, not only Russia and Africa. Thank you again.
I totally agree with you. If we don't think about short-term and mid-term, then it would be hard to achieve some genuine results. So the establishment of such mechanism and strategic partnership is a very important deed. That is a beacon that shows where we should be going. Indeed, that is a very challenging task at hand. And if you want to compare it with the capacities of our partners from other regions in Latin America and Asia, then the best way, the best platform would be consultations with our BRICS partners. And here present are colleagues, for instance, President of the South African Republic. Together we will try to advance your ideas together with our BRICS partners. Certainly we also need to think about, of course, it is a very challenging effort to consider all the sectors, all the countries, but if we want to get specific results, we need to think about it right now. I agree with you. Thank you. Give the floor to the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, Mr. Umaru Sissoko Embalo. Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellency, Mr. Assoumani, heads of African countries, distinguished heads of the delegations, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, and the government of the Russian Federation for the warm welcome accorded to our delegation and to me personally in this beautiful and hospitable city of St. Petersburg. I also thank the administration of St. Petersburg for the excellent working conditions that are one of the keys to the summit's success. St. Petersburg was previously called Leningrad, and certainly this is a historic city. This city, during murderous fight of World War II, inspired people all over the globe. And after that, they started their struggle to liberate their nations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of African countries, these days, the two international events are taking shape. They are getting their substance, and they are held in St. Petersburg. The first one is Russia-Africa Economic and Humanitarian Forum that already took place. It adopted the plan of action for 2023-2026. And now we are participating in the Russia-Africa Summit. The goal of the forum and the summit is to renew and to strengthen historic and genuinely strategic ties that in the second half of the 20th century defined the national liberation movement in Africa. Your Excellency President Putin, dear guests, the delegation of Guinea-Bissau came to St. Petersburg, that we have done our homework. We identified the following priorities: cooperation with Russia in three main areas that are important for the development of my country, namely education, youth and sports, mining, energy cooperation, infrastructure, fisheries. Naturally, the government of Guinea-Bissau will cooperate with the Russian government, both bilaterally and multilaterally, in accordance with the plan of action adopted by the forum, namely Russia-Africa Humanitarian and Economic Forum. We would use all the potential of our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear friend. You have pointed out three major components: energy, education, and fishery is part of food. In all of the above-mentioned spheres, we have great capacities, wonderful cooperation, and the relevant financial resources. We are going to continue working together based on your proposals. I now give the floor to the chairman of the Presidential Council of Libya, Mr. Al-Menfi. Mr. President, Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, dear heads of state, Mr. Assoumani, Chairman of the African Union and President of the Comoros, I also greet the Chairman of the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki Mahamat. I would like to express my gratitude to President Putin of Russia One should also point out that this meeting will show the depth of relations between the Russian Federation and the African Union, African countries, the African continent in general, in accordance with the decisions made at the meeting that took place in Sochi in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, currently we are preparing to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the decisions that were made regarding the strategic pathway of the African continent. In order to develop our continent and involve it and its citizens in ensuring stable development. In cooperation with the Russian Federation, naturally, we are going to carry out the key principles on our continental agenda. We will develop our digital economy, get ready for the green revolution, and tap the natural riches of the African continent. Africa is rich in natural resources. Therefore, its development will have a positive impact on the development of world economy. And we will endeavor to change the models of cooperation between us and our former allies, our time-tested allies, rather, in order to establish fair prices on natural resources. We will oppose onerous loans and credits that become a burden for our people that empty our national budgets and hinder our country's development. Ladies and gentlemen, we try to engage in the development of projects aimed at restoring infrastructure, railroads, production of clean energy. We are trying to counter challenges in our environmental activities. We are fighting hunger. And we do everything within our power to increase our agricultural output Given the current situation, we naturally would like to remind you that the Russian Federation is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Therefore, it plays an important role in bringing the African continent's plans to fruition, and our continent is striving for a constant and sustainable development. Africa believes that throughout many centuries it was exploited in an unfair manner. And despite the fact that formally all countries have managed to overthrow the colonial rule, in reality we have not managed to create genuine national states, and together with the African Union we must endeavor to change the membership of the United Nations Security Council. Despite certain minor reforms that have taken place in recent years, the domination of those who have always dominated persists. We come under pressure. They use our financial debt for their interests, destroying our economy and increasing poverty and extreme poverty in our countries. All of that, as well as other circumstances, testify to the fact that the Russian Federation might assist us in establishing fair relations between our countries, between our countries and the African unions and their partners. We have been striving for brotherhood between African countries and fighting against illiteracy, poverty, in the name of establishing a just system. I am speaking about the South-South cooperation, first of all. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to see this strategic cooperation to develop further, and a number of African leaders have signed beneficial agreements with the Russian Federation. To help solve the food security problem. We demand that the United Nations be realistic in approaching our problems. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also quite beneficial for us to have shared responsibility, because when Libya overcomes its problems, it will be a fully fledged and efficient member of the United Nations. We are ready to share our natural resources and ensure that they serve the entire mankind. We have secured a ceasefire. We are working to eradicate all phenomena behind national strife. We are working on establishing a common armed forces in our country, and we consider the decisions adopted in the city of Benghazi, and we want peace and calm to be established in all parts of Libya. that will enable us to overcome other problems that we have. Our Presidential Council as well as the African Union, presided by President of the Congo, are working together in order to solve our problems. We also address our friends in the African leadership as well as our friends in African countries, asking them for help in ensuring that all foreign forces leave our territory. Recent events in the brotherly country of Niger are naturally troubling us. We very much wish legitimate authorities to be established there. I thank the Russian people and its government for the invitation. Thank you, distinguished colleague. You have mentioned a number of issues, including food security, energy, education, digital economy. Naturally, what matters most is that a ceasefire is necessary for Libya. And it's essential to ensure genuine national unity. Libya's territory cannot become a fighting arena for third countries. On our part, we understand the complexity of this process and will do everything within our power to assist in the positive dynamic in the cooperation between various forces in Libya. I think we will speak about that in detail later. I now give the floor to the interim president of the Republic of Mali, Assimi Goïta. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen, I thank His Excellency President Putin of the Russian Federation, as well as the government of the Russian Federation and the organizing committee for your invitation to us to participate in the work of this summit. I thank you for the cordial welcome I have received. I am happy to be here in St. Petersburg, a historic city, at this pivotal meeting. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the St. Petersburg summit, taking place 4 years later after the Sochi summit, testifies to the quality of partnerships between Russia and Africa based on sincerity, long-standing friendship, and mutual respect. And naturally, our relations have a particular quality to them. Naturally, Mali does not share a common language with Russia or something like that, but we have been cooperating since 1963, when our country has gained independence. Despite various changes that have taken place, our relations have intensified and diversified, and they can be seen in infrastructure, science, agriculture, tertiary education, defense, security, and other sectors. Despite the geopolitical situation and the global circumstances, the people of Mali is mobilized. And we intend to consolidate our strategic partnership between Mali and the Russian Federation in order to make sure that it serves our people and brings about its happiness. This partnership is necessary. Russia has demonstrated that it is Mali's loyal partner in trying times. It has shown its loyalty and dynamics. It has been by our side when we went through difficult times, and Russia has always respected our sovereignty. In order to ensure peace and security and restore peace, security and stability, we need to protect our people and our country's territorial integrity. It is a strategic choice for us. And naturally, we must become fully independent and self-reliant. We need to strengthen our armed forces. This is why in Mali we have defense cooperation with the Russian Federation, and we thank you for your support and friendship. Thanks to Russia, we have strengthened our security forces, our defense forces, other uniformed agencies. Right now, the armed forces of Mali are on the offense. We have brought down the number of attacks against our military bases. We have ensured security in various places. And I thank you, Mr. President, once again for your support, for your government's support. Thanks to you, we have made strides in our fight against terrorism. Russia's cooperation with African countries is more than just about security or defense. We also cooperate in human resources, as well as in trade, economy. Our partnership has received a new impetus in economy and monetary cooperation. For us, it is a wonderful opportunity to strengthen our bilateral economic ties. Mr. President, the people of Mali are proud to belong to the African continent. We have ancient traditional values. We have a traditional culture, and it matters to us. And we share the principles of justice and commitment to traditional values that we share with Russia. Today, more than ever, African peoples and Russian peoples' destinies are interlinked. Together, we must face common challenges, establishing full sovereignty of our countries, fighting terrorism, fighting poverty, empowerment. This fight needs to be effective. In Mali, we face a significant crisis which resulted from NATO's intervention in Libya. We also face various defense and security challenges. We have also faced the consequences, the ramification of the COVID sanitary crisis. This is why I would like to thank all of our friends for their support. We thank our Russian friends for their support to the Sahel. Mr. President, I would like to support your work on concluding a fair international agreement on exporting grain to the African continent. You have shown an outstanding level of pragmatism and realism, and you have worked a lot in order to conclude an agreement between Russia and Ukraine.
We remain adhered to international cooperation, multilateral cooperation and relations based on equality. All the United Nations members shall adhere to the main principles of human rights of the UN Charter. We also adhere to these principles. In Mali, we support the initiative of Russia. We call for consensus to protect the principles and the values of the United Nations Charter. We stand in favor of a new architecture of international relations. This would mean reform in the UN Security Council. Our global community shall spare no effort to ensure fair and just reform without politicization of the human rights issues. We shall avoid double standards. Speaking of the UN Security Council reform, this is the most important matter within the UN work. The African Union needs 10 permanent spots on the UN Security Council. We stand in favor of stability, of security, and this definitely means reform of the UN institutions based on the principles of justice and fairness. It is true that, according to international forecasts, the economy was supposed to be in recession in 2023. However, we should closely monitor the economic indicators. We see that the BRICS countries are gaining traction. This is a very respected group and a reputable group with a great deal of influence in the global arena. The BRICS countries for us are a hope, and we firmly believe that this would be a tool of fighting against the Western domination. We also hope that we will find opportunities and mechanisms for financing development of our countries. Our world faces numerous complicated challenges, and Africa was quite enthusiastic about the current summit. We firmly believe that this is an important event which would allow us to move closer to a genuine, fair and equal partnership between our continent and Russia without any misinformation. I hope that we will continue our relations with all the partners in accordance with the 3 key principles of our republic, namely respect for Mali's sovereignty, respect for our strategic interests, the protection of the interests of the Mali people. I also support the Pan-African ideas. It is important to continue the integration process within Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. You have mentioned many important aspects, and we were all listening carefully. and attentively, I would like to point out one thing. You mentioned your country's adherence to the traditional values. This is what brings us together. Russia and the vast majority of the people living on the African continent, the vast majority of the African countries, the traditional values are the foundation of our identity, of our existence and our sovereignty. There is no doubt that this is the basis of our statehood. I fully share your approaches. And now I give the floor to the President of the Republic of Mozambique, Felipe Jacinto Nyusi. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin. Distinguished Mr. Azali Asani, President of the African Union, Chairman of the African Union, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Mozambique and I personally have the great honor and the privilege of being here in the city of St. Petersburg to take part in the second Russia-Africa Summit. We express our gratitude to His Excellency Vladimir Putin for inviting us, and we express our gratitude to the Russian Federation for organizing this summit, as well as for the relations of friendship and cooperation that we currently enjoy between our countries. The relations are meant to pursue mutually beneficial partnerships between our countries. For Mozambique, we believe that this multilateral summit is an important event under the slogan for peace, development and cooperation. We fully support the principles of maintaining peace and security. This is most important for the African people, for the peoples of all African countries. Moreover, we also adhere to the major principles of equality, of the presence and representation of all the African countries. Some of them should also be represented on the United Nations Security Council. It is also important for us that the African countries should also receive permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council. There is no doubt that in this context, this is the only way for the African countries to take effective part in the long-term decision-making on the global arena. Moreover, in March 2023, we were also having discussions in the UN Security Council on this exact topic. We also firmly believe it is most important to continue our work to establish a common foundation of all the countries for the fight against terrorism. This is also of great importance for peace building and for maintaining peace and security in Mozambique. We also require political dialogue on the international level. Therefore, we are trying to pursue such dialogue, both within our country of Mozambique, as well as on various international platforms that also tackle the matters of peace and security. Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished guests, one of the major topics of the current summit is development of the African countries, and in this regard, we believe that we should be talking about economic development and the human capital development. It is of utmost importance to use the human capital for our national development in all the various areas of the economy. This is also true for other African states. However, we're also facing numerous issues, including inflation in Mozambique. Unfortunately, these problems are hindering the development of our national economy. However, we are taking all the necessary measures in order to find solutions for this situation. One of the vulnerable sectors in this regard is our agriculture. In the year 2023, we were also faced with crop yield problems. However, we are finding solutions and we are increasing the productivity of our labor. In this way, we are trying to find solutions for the agricultural producer problems. We are finding solutions in the agricultural areas. Another priority for us is solving the problems related to the youth. The young people should not be faced with the problems of famine. We also hope to receive certain subsidies and assistance from the international organizations which tackle such matters. It is through our common and joint efforts that we shall find solutions and prevent new problems in the future. In this context, I believe that one of the problems that we should be discussing is the relocation of people from the agricultural areas into the cities, the urbanization, as well as climate change and terrorist attacks. In this context, during the current summit, we firmly believe that we should continue discussing and expanding the initiatives that have been adopted and initiated here. We shall enhance the mechanisms of international assistance as well as find solutions for ourselves. The second point is enhancing cooperation in other areas, most importantly in the areas of digital economy, as well as transportation, the development of science and technology. We should also work on producing the added value in our economy and in our industry. Another important aspect is the development of trade and business links, as well as the creation of new jobs and job opportunities for the people of Mozambique. We sincerely hope that the situation in our region would get better in the future. Moreover, we also hope that we will continue our work and we will continue cherishing human lives. I would like to once again reaffirm our firm commitment to continue our cooperation with the African countries and with the African Union. Together, we shall continue developing our relations with Russia based on the principles of peace, security and mutual benefit. This would be for the good of our people and our countries. Distinguished Mr. President Putin, the summit that we are attending here would contribute to better relations and cooperation. This complies with the desires and wishes of the African people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear colleague. We have just heard what you were saying, and we will discuss all of these matters in greater detail later. I wish you all the success, and I hope for continued cooperation. Now, I give the floor to the President of the Republic of Senegal, Mr. Macky Sall. I would like to thank Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Putin. I would like to thank the Chairman of the African Union, Mr. Azali Assoumani. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to thank the Chair of the Commission of the African Union, distinguished ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank His Excellency President Vladimir Putin for the warm reception that we've enjoyed here and for everything you do to make our stay here as pleasant as possible. I am glad to see and to note that this is our third meeting in the last 2 years. We met in 2022 in Sochi, and recently we had another meeting on the 17th of June this year as part of the African mission. The current summit is marked by the spirit of cooperation and partnership. Our relations date back to the times of the fight against colonialism, and we have always enjoyed good relations. However, it is necessary to continue to pursue our efforts to expand our economic cooperation. We have a great capacity for our economic partnership. Africa has a territory of 30 million square kilometers. It has over 1.3 billion people. Russia is also a vast, large country. Altogether, our continent and your country represent a vast capacity, a vast alliance of great demographic and natural resources. We can work and cooperate in various areas, including agriculture, industries, oil and gas, digital information technology, security, transportation, digital economy, and so on. However,